Okay. Hey, everybody. Good morning. It's Saturday, right? It's Saturday? Yes, Saturday, February 25th. I hope everybody had a good sleep. And I would like to make sure my sound works. Let me know if you can hear me. I hope you can hear me. I always have to check. Oh, you can hear me because I can hear myself. Hold on. In my earbuds. Hold on one sec. Where is this coming from? There we go. You can hear me because I can hear me. Perfect. Let me unhook these. All right. So last night when I logged off of my stream, I stumbled upon a interview with Margie Ward, Don's daughter. That is Summer's half sibling, Don's firstborn daughter that we know of, right? So let me go through, and I would like to play it, obviously, with fair use. It came from White Boy Lockdown Radio and Damaged Goods with No Regrets. That's a husband and wife channel. I want to please keep the chat respectful when it comes to your feelings about other content creators and such. I want to keep this strictly about, I'm going to cut right through all the fat, and I don't want things to get sidetracked by, this community's hard, but when it has to do with Summer, when it has to do with things like this, it's important that we get this out and that it's out there, that Margie is heard. I feel this is very important. So hold on one sec. Let me pin the actual interview. Now, I know that he had made some unsavory comments about me at some point in this. I haven't heard them, and I don't plan to because I only wanted to listen to what Margie had to say. I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried about, hold on. I'm more worried about the fact of the matter here. So let me put in, so mods, if you could just, don't like time out or block, but if you could let people know in the chat, like if they're disrespectful, when I'm playing listen, I go round for round with White Boy Lockdown Radio anytime, but not when it has to do with Summer. Like, this is all seriousness. So just make sure that if people come in and they're, rude, please tell them, like, this isn't the time or the place. All right. This is important stuff, and none of our feelings about personal conflict, and I just have to say that because I feel like the stream can go sideways if that happens. This is about Margie. This is about, and Damaged Goods with No Regrets did a great job. I've always liked her. I think she's cool. She's always been cool with me. I mean, I don't know if she likes me. It doesn't really matter, but she did a wonderful job talking to Margie. Now, I don't know where this will lead, but I do know, and I want to say, I would like to treat Margie with the utmost respect, okay, because she is a survivor and a victim of sexual assault, I believe, multiple times. So from her account. Now, I just want to get this. This is the title here. I just want to make sure that now he did go after Josh during this live. I'm not playing that part. I'm only playing the part, and I believe there were some things that were said about Mary and Jeannie and Trish. I don't believe it was said by Margie. I believe it was said by the channel holder. Now, everyone's free to their own opinion. You know, we can't say what's right, what's wrong for someone to feel or think or whatever. But I say that all of these women need to be treated equally, no matter what the situation. So, and also bear in mind, this is a family dynamic, a really big family dynamic where we've heard a lot about uh, sexual abuse. And if actually, let me do this first. Let me put this, like struggling here. Let me put this link here. I'm going to pin it. This is where you find this interview. I didn't even know that this was here. So let's see. So White Boy Lockdown Radio. All right. That is the link. I'm going to pin it. And his wife, who does the interview, is Damaged Goods with No Regrets. She's pretty cool. So that's it, but it was like a recording. So he played it. And actually, what I was going to do was he did some commentary in between, and I wanted to splice it up, like just so it was the interview without his commentary. But what happened is I'm in between phones, and the new phone is giving me a hard time with my iMovie. I don't know why. So whatever, no big deal. I'm going to play it straight from his channel. It's the original form it came in, but I am going to skip over his commentary because I just want to get out what Margie said, if that makes sense. And sorry to anybody I might have put to sleep with the music in the beginning. I just didn't know what to put up for you guys to hang out for a minute. And I figured instead of you guys sitting in a live chat with no sound, you could at least look at the moon. Let's see, Luda. It's simple. If Tiffany's playing someone's content, chat needs to be respectful to said creator, no matter your personal feelings toward them. Professional courtesy. Yeah. Like, you know, the drama streams or the drama stream. This is not a drama stream. So respect to Margie. No disrespect to any of the victims of sexual abuse. So first though, I almost want to start with Pam because Pam spoke out about a week ago, maybe less than a week ago. Now, that happened over on the farm. Christine talked to Pam. So I want you to hear what Pam said and then what Margie said, because Pam is the mom. So Pam is Don's first wife. Actually, while I do this, hey, emergency me, Lil Wing, beautiful Lil Wing. I love her. Can someone drop Lil Wing's channel link, please? She's always putting in so much work for Summer. And I don't even think she's monetized. She is such a sweetheart. Please drop Lil Wing's link in the chat for me if you wouldn't mind, and sub up to her if you haven't. If you're on the replay, open up the live chat, you'll see it. Lil Wing is a love, and she plays the guitar to Summer. Like, I truly melt. Hey Denise, how are you? Nana, Joe, Candace gave up 2 before Dawn, and Dawn gave up 2 before Candace. So yeah, Candace has 2 older children. Dawn has 2 older children. And then Candace and Dawn together have the 4. All right. So together, all combined, Dawn and Candace have 8 children, right? 2 with Candace and her previous, I don't think he was her husband. Was he her husband? The Andy guy? I don't remember if it was just dating or whatever. And Dawn with Pam had 2 children, which would be Don the third, Donald Wesley Wells the third, and Margie. All right. Let me go through chat. Hi, Andy Stoner. Hey, everyone. Thank you, Tiffany, for sharing this. First time I've heard of this. Hope everyone has a great one. Yeah, I didn't hear about it till last night. I was laying down going to bed, and I happened upon it, and I was like, oh, my God, I didn't even know this was going on. So I guess he did that when I was live last night. So anyone who needs that link, it's pinned. I'll put it in the description as well. And I'll also put damaged goods with no regrets in that description as well. So let's get on with it. Hey, what big eye? So good to see you. Extra as fuck says Pam said she and Don divorced in 2015. Did y'all know that? Extra as fuck, it would make perfect sense if that was the case because Summer was born in 2016. Now it's interesting that Josie, Wyatt, and Waylon were born while Don was still married to Pam. Yeah, very interesting. But let me do this. Pamela Wells. So this came out on Fox News a long time ago. I've shared it on my channel long ago. This is not the one. Hold on one sec. I want to grab this news article real quick so you guys can have it, because Pam actually did a segment with Fox News back in July of 2021. I believe it was July. Just a sec. It's so hard when searching because you know what comes up? Other people's stuff, which sucks because when we're looking for things, we find all the conspiracy people first instead of the actual information we need. Tamara says Candace gave up her first two due to abuse, allegedly. Then I do believe Candace herself said she had a little girl she gave up for adoption that never came home with her from the hospital. Well, Tamara, when was it, about a week and a half ago, Candace actually made a statement on the farm that she did not give up a baby. Now, I don't know what Candace did or didn't do when it comes to birthing children. There could be babies out there that maybe it's not something that she wants to talk about, but she strictly said that it was absolutely not true, that there wasn't a child born between 71. Is she 71? She said there were no babies born in between the boys and her last children, that was a lie. So that comes from Candace. Actually, listen, whether it's true or not, I do appreciate she addressed it because usually we don't get answers like that. Do you know what I mean? So she says it's not true. I mean, she would know, it's her body, but I believe that first came out on Unmasked with Mary. So Mary spoke about the other baby, and she believed that it was in between Mary Hartman. She believed it was in between Candace's older children and the oldest brother, Josie. So Candace says that is not true. Hi, Ruby. Auburn. Niece, what you doing, girl? Hey, I've been going over to the other side lately, just like snooping around. Wow, so much has changed over there. I feel like I don't know where I am. And yesterday, real quick, I stopped over at 180's and I went up and talked to him for like 20 minutes. And then last night I went into Cosmics and it was like a whole, I don't know all the problems between people, but it was quite interesting. I haven't been over there in so long, but I've been like snooping around, seeing what's going on and trying to see who even talks to each other anymore. So much has changed over there. They're crazier than ever. I know, niece. I was looking and I was like, yeah. But you know what? To be honest with you, it made me feel bad. Like, I hate that everybody fights over there. I really do. I wish it was different. I cannot believe. All right. So anyway, but yeah, I've been trying to catch up because it seems like it's a whole new world over there now. I've been gone for so long. RAINN, giving a child up for adoption is not shameful. No, it's not. It's actually very honorable in my most humble opinion. I probably believe it would be one of the hardest things you could ever do is to give your baby up for adoption. It's very selfless to offer your baby a better life if you know that you absolutely cannot give that to them. So, but I don't know. Because I've never had a child adopted. I don't know it, and I'm sure there may be shame that comes with that. So that might not be something that someone ever wants to disclose to the public. And if so, I understand that. I have to be fair in that regard. Niece, yeah, friends of 5 years are now mortal enemies in the DC. I see that. What the heck is going on? People I thought would never fall out. It's really quite bizarre. I guess that's the way it goes on this platform. All right, so let's get into it. Niece, I would love to talk to you all day, though. I was missing you. You weren't around for like a couple days. All right, so here, now, this is the first interview. Let me put this on full screen so you can see it. And it's not a verbal interview. This is written. So Candace did an interview with Lips a long time ago and said she gave up a girl. Yes, Grammy H, that is absolutely true. She did. She did say that. In my opinion, if true, it is better off if it is true. Listen, if it's true, there's no shame in that. There's no shame at all. And I would very much so, I would be comfortable with the fact that she was willing to do that. But she says she didn't. So I don't know. We've got her saying she did. We've got her saying she didn't. Whether she did or not, that child isn't missing if there is one, but Summer is. So, all right. Joe says, I'm an adoptee baby of 18 siblings, some adopted and some given away. Wow, 18 siblings. Holy camole. All right. You're the guardian of your godchild. Well, that's what a godmother's for, isn't it, extra? You're a good person. And they picked the right one, huh? My godfather always showed up for me. He shows up still every single birthday, and I'm going to be 40 years old. Never missed a birthday. Always there for me. Bought me my first car. Like, that's godparents for you. Godparents hold a very special place in, a child's life when they're growing up throughout the years. And sometimes they are the people that your kid might trust more than you. You never know. So you love her like you birthed her. That's beautiful. I love that. Blood doesn't make you family. Your heart does. I agree with that, Nana. And sometimes your blood might not be family, right? So let's see, Jessica M. I agree. I personally couldn't do it, but it's a very selfless act to give your child a better life if you know you can't. I've also never been in a situation where I had to decide that. Neither have I, Jessica M. Thank God. There was no question what I was going to do when I got pregnant with my son. I knew immediately I was in love. Adoption love is the most selfless way. And I was very young and I was scared for sure. No clue how I was going to do it, but I knew I would do it. And I did. And wow, it went by so fast in the blink of an eye. People say don't blink, like you really know they mean it, but you don't realize until your kid turns 18 and they're out in the world. Like you have these little worries when they're little and they're with you, right? And you're worried about everything. And then it's like a whole set of different worries. So the worries become so much greater, right? And a lot of my worries are just the world, right? I worry about the world and the people in it, but not so much my boy, but the world around us, because it's just so crazy, right? And the world that we bring our babies into is how do you protect them out there? It's hard. So all right, I'm going to read. Yeah, time does fly extra as fuck. Like, I can't believe how fast time flies. The clock never stops ticking. All right. Let's get to it. Oh, Birdie, I see you. I was watching my chat replay last night. Believe it or not, I do watch my live streams over to watch the chat. And I saw your comments and I was like, I wish I could reply to people in the live chat after the live's over. Like, wouldn't that be awesome if you could do that? Like, could YouTube catch up with the times where I can go through my live chat and comment to people and afterwards? I would love if that was a thing. Your daughter's 35 now, Sammy Sparrow. I would never think you had a 35-year-old daughter. So you're, I'm not, don't take this the wrong way. You're old enough to be my mom because I'm only 2 years older than your daughter. Jesus. I thought I was the same age as you for some reason. Oy vey. I bet you're a young mom, though. You probably had your daughter when I had my kiddo. Joe Popwick. When I was adopted, my parents never used the word adopted daughters. It was my daughters. Oh, Joe. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. As Jessica M says, as soon as I knew, I knew as soon as I found out what I wanted. Geez, wow, I'm really struggling with this one. Even on my second child, it came at a really bad time, but I vowed to take care of her through it all, and I wouldn't change a thing now. See, it's hard, right? But you can do it. You can do it. Nana, you could be my daughter, but you are my granddaughter. Aw, I know you're my internet Nana. Okay, let's see. So this is from Pam on, was July 22nd, 2021. I'm going to put this in the chat for you guys. We'll start now. So I put Pam Wells on Fox News. You can grab this. I know a lot of people have seen it, but some have not. July 22nd, 2021. So she came out fairly early, all right? And this is Margie's mom. So I'm going to paste that. Okay. I'm going to read this. Tennessee 5-year-old's family pleads for missing Summer Wells' safe return. Her daddy and her mama love her. Pamela Wells, the ex-wife of Summer's father and the mother of her 2 half-siblings, says her side of the family is praying for the girl's safe return. Now it says, Summer Wells, a 5-year-old Tennessee girl who vanished from her family's home in Rogersville in June, has now been gone for more than 5 weeks, and investigators have expressed frustration after looking into roughly 1,000 tips without any solid leads. Summer's parents, Don Wells Jr. and Candace Bly, have both said they believe the girl was taken from their 11-acre property along rural Ben Hill Road. The case has left many family members across multiple states heartbroken and concerned. Pamela Wells, the ex-wife of Summer's father and the mother of her 2 half-siblings, Don Wells III. Now, pay attention, guys. Don Wells III. A lot of people call him Junior. So Don's son is not a junior. He's the third. We learned that a long time ago, like day 2. So for those who are uneducated in the case and have no clue, that's his title, is the third. So Pamela Wells, the ex-wife of Summer's father and the mother of her 2 half-siblings, Don Wells III and Margie Ward, told Fox News Thursday that her side of the family is praying for the girl's safe return. There's Summer. Take her picture if you would like to. She's my ex-husband's daughter, and she is very loved by me and all of her family, she said. She said the missing 5-year-old calls her grandma, even though that's not quite their relationship, and their half-brother and sister miss her too. Summer is loved by both of them, and they want their little sister to come home, she said of her children, who are both in their 30s. To whoever has her, I hope they have the sense enough to bring her back because her daddy and her mama love her. Now, keep in mind, this is coming from Pamela Wells. So very early on, we knew Pam had Don and Candace's back 100. She even said right here, she said the missing 5-year-old calls her grandma, even though that's not quite their relationship. that's nice. Okay. So look, from Pam Wells herself. Summer is loved by both of them, and they want their little sister to come home, she said of her children, who are both in their 30s. To whoever has her, I hope they have the sense enough to bring her back because her daddy and mama love her. With the investigation stalled and no leads or persons of interest, Don Wells told WJHL TV in mid-July the speculation and finger pointing on social media regarding the parents' roles in the case was tormenting his family and not helping find Summer. He's really upset about it because everyone's saying things that ain't true, Pamela Wells said. That was his little girl. That was his baby, and he thought the world of her. Summer was last seen on June 15th after Bly said she brought the girl inside from gardening and left her with her 3 brothers. Within minutes, the brothers had lost track of her, and a massive search effort in the area turned up no results. The parents have not responded to multiple calls from Fox News. Now, this is interesting. This stands out to me. I never saw this before, and this is why I like to go back through. Why in the world, and I have to ask this question, why would Don and Candace not utilize Fox News? This is something that goes up as a red flag to me. And these are the things that pull me back to my original thinking. Fox News reached out to Don and Candace and they did not respond. A news outlet that could have had Summer's face all over the place. This is so that could have been Summer's chance to go completely national, really national, because everyone thinks this is like a huge story and everybody knows about it. We do here on YouTube and on Facebook and social media, but you didn't see Summer's face all over the place for a whole month on every news station, right? Some of the children do get that attention. Summer did not. So Fox News tried to reach out to Don and Candace, and they did not respond to multiple calls. Yeah, it speaks volumes. I got a problem with that. I might have noticed it way back then, but I was like, yeah, I expect nothing different. But now sitting here all this time later, imagine what Fox News could have done for Summer. Imagine. So Don and Candace, if you're listening ever, or happen to hear this, or Tim, or whoever, why would you drop the ball like that? Fox News reached out to you guys about your daughter, and you used YouTubers instead. Why? This could have put Summer on the map for like a huge outcry of support for her throughout the whole country. Why would you pass that up? I have to ask myself. That is so sus. But okay. Anyway, I'll move on from that because that's not what this is about. But I'll never understand. It just won't. But thank you to Pam Wells for going to Fox News, because this right here is so important. Summer's face is on Fox News. This is, I believe, I think it's the only person that talked to Fox News about Summer was Pam. So thank you, Pam. She did her part in getting the word out there about Summer. Summer is about 3 feet tall and weighs around 40 pounds. At the time she went missing, she was wearing gray pants and a pink shirt and may have been barefoot. Her blonde hair is believed to be shorter than it appears in most of the pictures of her that authorities have circulated to help the search. Now, this is also a problem, and I'll never understand why law enforcement didn't put her actual appearance out. This right here bothers me. So like in the first hours, it's so important. And in the first hours, the photos they put out of Summer did not represent this photo here. This was not the first photo they put out of Summer. They put out The photo of her on the milk jugs was the first one that the TBI put out on Twitter. She was laying on the milk jugs in the back seat. It was a picture of a phone showing the picture to somebody else. You could see the reflection. Someone was taking a photo of it. That was the first photo they put out. Then it was the photo of her in the blue pajamas in the kitchen with her hair long. Then they started putting out the long hair pictures. For TBI, Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, and they never updated her photo on the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children either. And I always waited for that, and it never happened. So Summer's appearance was completely misrepresented from jump, literally. And I'll always wonder if that may have prohibited her from being seen. Because if you throw overalls on a little girl with shorter than pixie cut hair and a ball cap with boy sneakers, who's going to notice her? They're going to think it's a little boy sitting in front of them or standing in front of them online at the store. So whatever. I'm going to be ranting about all the things. See, this is what happens. I get so frustrated. All right. So yeah, I don't know why TBI never fixed that. They've always had the photo of Summer with long hair as her Amber Alert photo. And at, couple months in, it would be accurate if her hair was to grow. But at first, in the first initial hours and days, that was so important. And they dropped the ball, in my opinion, on that for sure. They had her face up in Knoxville, Nashville on billboards running for the Amber Alert. And it didn't even depict what she looks like. Okay, so that's a human error. And no one ever fixed it. So investigators say the circumstances surrounding her disappearance have yet to be determined, but they said they were looking into all possibilities. Investigators have been looking for a red pickup truck, possibly a late 1990s Toyota, which may have been in the area of Ben Hill Road on June 15th and 16th. It had a full-size ladder racks and white buckets in the bed. Neighbors and other area residents and businesses are being asked to check their home security and trail cameras for any evidence that may help locate Summer. Earlier this week, the nonprofit group EquiSearch Midwest said it was sending a search crew of its own to assist local authorities this weekend. All right. So that was the first. Here, I'll drop this one more time in the chat. This was the first interview that Pam did with Fox News. All right, there's that. I'm going to take that down. Now we're going to go over to the farm real quick. And Don Wells X speaks. Okay. Oy vey. This pains me. You have no idea to share this, but it is what it is. Don's ulcer. Can you explain the meaning behind your name? Because I can't figure it out. I don't know. I know it's probably a joke, but I'm just not in on the joke. Is it because of the alcohol and stuff? Birdie, it was Robin had the only pic of her on the phone that night. So why didn't C or D? Because their real phones could have been hidden? ? Birdie. So yeah, I believe that Robin provided several photos. So the ones that they show on the news that say Robin Lane in the left-hand corner are the ones that she provided. So the one of Summer holding the necklace, a lot of the news broadcasts. But yes, it was confirmed that Robin had provided photos, but this is the thing. They already had the photo of Summer laying on the milk jugs. If I go to TBI on Twitter right now, look, if you go all the way back on the thread, hold on, I want to show you the first ever. I really wanted this to be super organized, but it's okay. We'll get a whole bunch done. All right. So I don't even have Twitter right now. Everything's messed up on my stuff. So let me see. I'm going to put Twitter, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. So doesn't matter what Robin provided, in my opinion, right? Like, we know she did that. Thankfully, she had photos of Summer. I mean, what if she didn't have photos of Summer? Like, how beautiful that she did. Um, but the parents, yeah, their phones, why they didn't have an actual, or why they didn't use the photos that they had of her, that they, without the long hair. They knew her hair was short. So that's a thing. Even if they didn't the first day or the first 4 hours, they knew after. Why not fix it? So it's not Robin's fault or anything. I would blame that on uh, Candace and Don and then law enforcement. And I'm very humble with the law enforcement there. But when it comes to that photo and how they put her out there, I can't get down with that. I just can't. Uh, you can misrepresent a missing child and think she's going to be found or seen or noticed or recognized when you haven't put out an actual photo of what she looks like. You've got her from Christmas dressed up in a red dress. Her hair's long and she's pressed and perfect. But in the moment she went missing, she barely had any hair on her head. It was literally just growing back from being shaved to the skin. I'm trying to find this. Sorry. So I'm like rambling and everything. It's probably because I haven't been live in so long. And also, there's just so much that needs to be said. And I'm coming back to my chat in just a sec. Aw, somebody used my banner on Twitter. Not banner, my poster. Brenda Marie, February 24th. Whoever she is, thank you so much for sharing. Here, look. Look at, I just found this. I made this so long ago. I just found this on Twitter when I was searching. See? I made that for Summer long ago, and it's still circulating. Let me see. See, reward offered. That needs to come off. There's no reward anymore. That's the problem with the flyers, but you know what? Whatever. A reward shouldn't matter when it doesn't matter. If you see her, please call authorities right away. So before I do this, I'll say, take a screenshot of that if you'd like to. I'll make new posters for Summer if you guys want. I should do that. Summer Moon Utah Wells was 5 years old when she disappeared from her home at 110 Ben Hill Road in Rogersville, Tennessee, Hawkins County. She's female. She's Caucasian. Her hair was this short when she went missing. It's blonde. She has blue eyes. She's 3 feet, 40 pounds. When she went missing, she had 2 front teeth that were badly decayed. The right tooth, Summer's right tooth, not looking at her on the right, her right tooth was worse than the left. I always wonder, maybe she might have like sucked on her cup when she drank, because you can get like a lot of decay from that. When I was a little girl, I used to have a little spot on my tooth because I was always sucking my cup. Like, instead of drinking, I would like suck like the cup. It was so weird. I don't know. So I got a spot on my tooth. I always wondered if maybe it was from like drinking like that. When I say suck the cup, I mean like you don't just swallow. You almost like pocket it, right? When I was little, I used to do that, and I had a spot, so they got rid of it. Summer did not have a lot of dental care, as you can see in photos. But at this time, I'd imagine she lost those 2 front teeth by now. And maybe that's what they were waiting for. But there's 2 photos of Summer at the dentist pretty much right before she went missing. So, and I also will say that I had asked Queen Bee about dental records because I know that she talks to Candace Harrer from time to time. I don't know if she talks to her on the regular. Don't matter to me. But I asked, do you know if her dental was all caught up? Because the dental records would be so crucial in identifying her. God forbid she isn't found alive. And Queen Bee responded to me. If someone could drop Queen Bee's channel link, she don't cover Summer that much anymore. From time to time she will, but Queen Bee has a good channel over there. She confirmed that she actually asked Candace Harrer after I had asked her about it, is I said, would you mind just seeing if Summer's dental records are, in the system for NCMEC? And she said, yes, they filled out all the forms for the dental records, right? So sippy cups are similar to bottles. Yeah, Dukester. That's why I think a lot of kids get those spots on their teeth because they're used to the sippy cup, right? It's like a comfort thing, I think. Let's see. Just came in to say hi. See you later. Hey, K-Rocks Media. How are you? I see you in there. I have not really talked to the chat. I'm talking too much. I have 50 flyers, but they say they are having prayer services every Tuesday, so I won't hang them up. I need Dixie in Tennessee Mountains. You looking for new flyers for her? Is that what you're trying to do? I'll throw some together at some point this weekend. I mean, you'll have to print them yourself, obviously, but I can make a pretty flyer for. I can make it so that it's easy to print too. I won't do too much color. I'll do like a nice, like black, white, and red type, easy to print. If you have printers, or you can go to Staples or wherever. Emergency Me, you have a great day. All right, so let me take this down. Sorry, I just came across that and I wanted to share it. I recognize them sometimes. And I'm like, oh my God, they used my poster. All right. So, hold on. All right. So we were talking about the TBI post. So here, this is the original flyer for Summer. This came from the TBI. Let me share this since I have it here. Am I on full screen? Yes. Let me just grab this while I keep that up there. I really wanted to find the first here, let me share my screen to you guys. So, do you remember? Hold on. Wow, I just came across something. I'm not going to share my screen. What in the world? Hold on, I got to take a picture of this. Who is this person? Wow, they got some sick stuff on here on Twitter with Summer's photo on it. Wow. What in the world? Okay, so let me get rid of these. Hold on a minute. I'm going to play this. All right. Sorry. I know I'm like a little ADD today and yesterday. It's okay. So this is Pam Wells. She was recorded by Christine, I believe. I believe Pam knew she was being recorded, but this is what she had to say in regards to the accusations about Don being abusive to his daughter sexually. Yes, we're on our way to the farm. Put your shit kickers on, Luda. Oh, geez. Put some boots in the chat. Don't step in anything. All right. Now we got to respect Daisy on this one too, just for now, okay? So everybody be good in the chat. Let me play this. Some have heard this, some have not.
We all know you're making it up, okay?
So this stream, Daisy had a lot to say about, people lying and stuff. So she's here as a buffer for Pam, which Pam I don't think needs any help. She seems to be able to speak just fine for herself. But let's hear what she had to say.
And
let me find where.
So just stop, okay? I don't want to call you out. You harassed Candace horrifically to where she had to take you to court. Yes, I'm going to call you out on that because you did.
Never done anything bad.
All right.
I'm letting you vent, Daisy. Okay, you ready? Now tell me if you can hear this or not.
All right, let me put this on normal speed. I will also mute so that you can hear well. Hold on. Let me put this link in the chat for you so you know where to find this.
Okay.
So, all right, can you say who you are?
I'm Pamela Wells.
Okay. And Daisy, go ahead and ask her the question. Now that I'm starting the recording right now.
Okay. Pam, people are out here alleging that Dawn saved your daughter at a young age. And I just want you to speak for her. You've already spoke to her a while ago,
So that's Daisy. So Daisy's asking Pam, can you guys hear everything okay? So I don't have to translate it back. I'm so used to doing that all the time because of sound issues or with all the people who speak usually. I need to make sure that coming through my computer, you can hear it because Christine isn't sharing this on Daisy's screen. She's playing it through the speakers again. This is what people do to share. So it makes it a little harder to hear. Can't really hear it. Yeah, Electric Funeral. That's because it's being played through a computer on a different device instead of using StreamYard the way it's intended to be used, right? God forbid that anybody shares their screen like Jody and Daisy. All right. Your sound is perfect. Well, yeah, but can you hear Pam Wells? Thank you, K-Rocks Media. I just want to make sure you guys can hear her. If you can't, please put earbuds in and turn up the volume, go to somewhere quiet. This isn't long, this part, so it won't be too bad. White Boy Lockdown Radio had really good sound on his with Margie, so that's good. I mean, at least he knows how to do sound. K-Rocks, thank you. That was so kind of you. Daisy got so agitated with Mary and was giving little hints about knowing things about Mary. Oh, Luda, I know. Please, I'm not even, like I said, we got lots of work to do. So, but that is not today. All right, let me do this. Hold on. I wonder if I put these up more. Hold on, let's see. Tell me now if it's better.
There's something you want to tell everybody? Dawn has never done anything bad to my kids. Me and him, when we got our divorce back in 2015, we left as friends. Dawn has never done nothing bad to me, and I've never done nothing bad to him, and I would never do anything bad to him.
So her statement here really does reflect her statement. It is better. Okay, great. It really does reflect the Fox News article, because in the Fox News article, Trigger Crimes, hey, I miss the hell out of you. Because someone shared Trigger Crimes channel link in my chat, please. It's such a treat to see you this morning. Mwah. So this reflects what Pam said in the beginning. She's very supportive of Dawn and Candace, which is nice. I'm glad that they have support. Everybody needs support. Everybody. At some point or another, no matter who you are, human beings need support. So Pam Wells has been a really great support, it seems, for Dawn and Candace and for Summer. All right. So her statement today, well, not today, but several days ago, reflects the same type of energy she had about Dawn and Candace back in July of 2021. Pam still feels the same way today. Okay, that's important.
And you said that Margie is a daddy's girl, right?
Yeah, she's a daddy's girl.
So she said, you said, now I know you can't hear Daisy very well asking the question. She said, you said Margie's a daddy's girl, right? And she said, yeah, she's a daddy's girl. But see how the closed captions do? This is why, guys, don't ever rely on them. I should take them off, actually. It says, you said that monkey is a bad girl. Don't rely on the closed captions. They're not 100 proof. Your ears will work better, I promise.
She was telling me one time, oh, I'm a daddy's girl. And I says, well, why are you always with mama? And she said, well, I'm a daddy's girl.
I will say I did find this part to be quite bizarre. Margie's a grown woman now, and Pam is talking about Margie as if she's 5 years old. Like, you know, most girls are daddy's girls. Not all. Some of them are not. But most girls are, right? But did Margie say this like that when she was 30? Like, I just don't know why. I don't know. It's just kind of like hit me funny. When that was the only thing that really made me feel a little weird when she started here. Listen to it again. It just doesn't really fit here, I guess. I'm not picking her apart or anything. I don't know. I guess I take note of it and kind of wonder a little bit.
Somebody said he searched at a water hole. Do you know who I'm talking about?
How does Margie feel?
Driving around.
And Daisy, go ahead and ask her the question. Now that I'm starting the recording right now.
Hold on, I lost my spot.
She was telling me one time, oh, I'm a daddy's girl. And I says, well, why are you always with mama? And she.
Somebody said he searched at a water hole.
All right, so, all right, listen, it's kind of weird, right? Tell me what you guys think. Maybe it's not weird. Maybe I'm weird. Hold on.
Do you know who I'm talking about? Because I've never seen him search. The only thing I've seen him do is sit behind a computer screen and behind a phone in his vehicle driving around talking like he knows what he's talking about. Sorry, go ahead. We're getting myself in trouble. Go ahead.
I'm letting you vent, Daisy. Okay, you ready? Now tell me if you can hear this or not.
Okay.
So, all right, can you say who you are?
I'm Pamela Wells.
Okay. And Daisy, go ahead and ask her the question. Now that I'm starting the recording right now.
Okay.
Okay. Pam.
Hold on one sec. Let me. Joe, I just wrote to you in the chat. Those, the domestic violence with Pam and Dawn, we've known about for a very long time. I know that a lot of people are bringing this stuff out now because they're just realizing, or not Josh, because he's not just realizing. He's putting it out so people know it's there. But this is all information that we've known since like day 3. Because when Summer went missing, everyone started digging. We found everything back then. So yes, the real Sunflower, that's what I think she is doing. She is, I think, talking about when Pam was talking about Margie when she was a kid. It sounds like it to me. And the way that she's speaking, it's not like she's speaking like an adult was talking to her. She went back to when Margie was a little girl, which would make sense because she's grown now. And I think she said she hasn't talked or seen Don or no, maybe she did see him recently, but that they don't see each other a lot. So those are maybe Pam's last memories of her. I know that the children were taken, Pam and Don. So they were not able to keep their children. So we did look into all that. And there's a plethora of information on Dawn's criminal history. I did a live a long time ago with all of Candace's charges and all of Dawn's charge. A lot of people did that. But Joe, are they in like a neat little package that you can that I can share here? Or did he just like go over them on the stream? Yeah, Dana, I felt like she was talking about her from when she was little as also. If she's referring to right now, yeah, it gives me weird vibes too. Well, no, like even if she's talking about when she's little, why is she going all the way back there? Why isn't she talking about current? So strange to me why. But I don't know. The human brain is a funny thing, right? Liplocked, you can come in my chat if you want to be in here under your name. It's fine. I don't mind. If I know you're here for summer and you're welcome here. So if you like to come in under your own name, you're welcome to. So Don and Candace had 3 children together while he's still married to Pam. Sounds like it. Yeah. From what we understand. Hey, Curiosity, how are you? Hey, Fizzle, what are you doing, girl? Sandra, hi. Don went to see Margie and Pam to coach. Josh showed them on a live. Okay, you prefer, that's fine. I just want you to know you can come in under your original name. We're not gonna bother you. Didn't Pam keep the kids? Grammy H, I believe they were taken, and I'm not sure what happened after that. But when they got older, I'm pretty sure everything was fine, basically. So particulars, I couldn't tell you. I don't know what they did in their lives. I don't know when they started seeing Margie and Don the third again. I don't know any of that kind of stuff. So I wish I had the answers for you on that, but I don't have those details. I only know what I've seen written in Facebook groups by specific people. And I know what I've heard from family members, from Don, from Pam, right? So you put all those things together, and that's all I know. Pam will stick up for Don no matter what. Why? Seems like she loves him a whole lot, Luda. Sounds like it to me, like they seem to have a great relationship, right? The kids call Pam Mama. Yeah. And she says Summer called her Grandma. So the streets went crazy last night or early this morning. I'll rewind. No, Fizzle, I don't think anything happened last night, but I just came across a interview that White Boy Lockdown Radio did with Margie that I wanted to go over, but I figured I'd start with what Pam said first because it's kind of like the way it all took form, like where it started, right? So that's why I'm going this way, but let me keep playing this so we can get through it. I don't want to talk too much.
People are out here alleging that Dawn essayed your daughter at a young age.
All right, so if you can't hear Daisy, she says people are alleging that Dawn essayed your daughter when she was a little girl, basically. I don't know what the last thing she said was. I didn't say it perfectly, but that's what Daisy just said to Pam, in case you can't hear. Daisy, do me a favor. Next time you share audio, can you put it on your screen so we don't have to suffer through it and I don't have to repeat it to people? Thanks so much. Like I have to do that with Jody all the time. So, having to do it on this channel is kind of annoying. I mean, you have the StreamYard here for a reason.
And I just want you to speak for her. You already spoke to her a while ago, so is there something you want to tell everybody?
Don has never done anything bad to my kids. Me and him, when we got our divorce back in 2015, we left as friends. Don has never done nothing bad to me, and I've never done nothing bad to him.
So they left on good terms. That's a good thing. I think that's a positive thing. I have nothing to say about that.
And I would never do anything bad to him.
And you said that Margie is a daddy's girl, right?
Yeah, she's a daddy's girl. She was telling me one time, "Oh, I'm a daddy's girl."
So see right here, she reverts back to when Margie was a little girl. I thought that was very odd. She is talking about her when she was a little girl, which is fine. We all tell stories about our kids when they were little. So maybe it's not weird, but I thought it was oddly placed here. That's all.
And I says, well, why are you always with Mama? And she said, well, I'm a daddy's girl. And I said, yeah, I know you're a daddy's girl. She said, Johnny is a Mama's boy. He said, no, I ain't.
Okay, so Don the third, is a registered sex offender. And he's also registered in Hawkins County, Tennessee. Don Wesley Wells III is registered in Hawkins County as a sex offender. There's a lot of information about that as well, but please know that Summer's half-brother, Don Wells III, is a registered sex offender in Utah and in Tennessee.
And she said, then whose boy are you? He said, I'm Grandma's boy.
Hey, the boys are always Mama boys, always. And the girls are always Daddy's girls.
Let me go through my chat really quick. Diane P says, Margie may deny her dad messed with her because many victims are ashamed. Okay, but this is the thing, Diane. I personally have not heard stories about Margie. Okay. I've heard stories about somebody else hurting her. Whether or not that happened to her, it's her story and her story alone to tell, right? So I would never, if Margie is saying it didn't happen, it didn't happen. That's her choice. It's Margie's choice. And I'm sorry if anybody gets upset with me about this. It is what it is. If Margie says her dad did not sexually assault her or touch her inappropriately or anything of the like, then that's it. That's where you end. So like, there's going to be people that will probably be like, she's lying. Don did this to her. This is where I say, you got to step back, right? Like, you got to step back. If Margie says it didn't happen, but you think it happened, that's fine. Like, right? We could all think so-and-so's lying or this person's lying. But, listening to Margie, I think maybe in a few minutes when you listen to Margie, you guys can make like your own informed opinion on what you hear. But I feel if Margie says it didn't happen, we have to say, okay, it didn't happen. That is her story to tell. And if it didn't happen, it's important she says that it didn't happen. Because now listen, everybody wants to put SA on Summer so badly. And I want nothing more than that to just disappear. Like, put it in the back of people's heads, right? Know that it could be a possibility, but to stop putting it on her. Margie saying this and Margie coming forward and saying, my dad never touched me inappropriately. Do you know how positive that is for Summer? Because if Don didn't touch Margie in any inappropriate way, that gives me so much hope. He did not harm Summer like that. Now, I know everybody wants to believe that he did for whatever reason. Not everybody, but most of the people who do that. This comforts me. Some people might not like that I said that. But this here, knowing that Pam says it didn't happen, Margie says it didn't happen, what if it really didn't happen? Then that means Summer wasn't sexually abused by her dad. There's a huge chance that if Margie wasn't violated by her own dad, like people say, the Summer wasn't either. And that is what I want to hear, right? Now, it might be something I want to hear or you want to hear, but it's what she said. So I'm going to take that for what it's worth. And hopefully it wasn't a factor with Summer, because I never want to even hear that it was. So I'm praying that what Margie is saying is true. Is there a possibility she might not want to tell? Yeah, but I think that maybe I'm wrong, but I think that if he did do those things to her, she might not have spoken at all. So I'm going to believe her, just as I would believe someone who said it did happen. If she says it didn't happen, it didn't happen. End of. But that's just for me. There's going to be other people that are going to say Margie's a liar and it happened or whatever. I'm not going to be one of those people. So let's see. Keep going here. Well, let me look at the chat. I know I haven't looked down enough. Pauline says, I've never thought that about Summer. You know what? I'm glad, because so many people have, right? Like it's a worry that a lot of people do have. So I'm glad you've never thought that. See, there's people that don't even think that's a factor with her. Furry feline monsters of mass destruction says, I choose to believe Margie. So don't I. You're not weird. I don't know what you mean, Chrissy G, hun. Who's going to argue with her? Were they there? Right, Woman of Steel. But Margie gets into what actually really, this is the thing. She was violated and she was attacked sexually, right? So it's not by Don, though. And we've heard this before. Don spoke about what happened to Margie. And we all know what he said, right? It was pretty alarming, per usual, but he's registered there, Grammy H, because he spent time there, I believe. So when he was staying up at 110, he had to register there to be there. So he's on the registry. If you go to the National Sex Offender Registry and you put in, hold on, let me grab it for you. You guys have to navigate this yourself, obviously, but this is the National Registry from the Department of Justice right here. And this. Okay, so you guys can search not only for this, but you can search your local area, find out who's around you. There's 512 people in here. That's 512 people who can be informed about their neighborhood. The people who live right next door to you could be an RSO. Please check your actual list for your local area to find out what evil is lurking in the bushes around you, because they're out there and they're hiding among the people. So if you put in Don Wesley Wells III, you'll see he's registered in both places, just like Christopher Marcos. So also Sonia, Don's sister's husband, gosh, what was his name? It's like a girly name. I forget it. It begins with a C, I'm pretty sure. He's also a registered sex offender. There are registered sex offenders on every branch of the Wells and Bly family tree. It's quite sickening and disturbing, but it is what it is.
That's because we know how to work our dads, don't we?
Don has never done nothing to Margie at all. And I'm telling you now that I know for a fact that Donnie never molested Margie.
And how does Margie feel about what people are saying? What some YouTubers are saying that they're saying that Don molested her. How does she feel about that? I know.
I gotta say this. So as I listen to Christine, Listen to this. And I want you to replace Margie's name just in this one instance. This is no disrespect to Margie. This is Margie's, situation. Replace Margie's name with Summer, with what Christine is saying. And when you do that, I want you to put it in the chat. If you could, write it out. Just replace Margie's name with Summer's, because we need to spread a message to Christine here as she takes Margie's feelings into account and asks Pamela Wells how Margie feels about the things people are saying about her. I want you to address Christine in my chat and ask Christine how she thinks Summer would feel about what she and Daisy have said. So I wonder if Margie knows that these two women put rape on Summer also at the hands of her father, the same person that's being accused of doing this to Margie. So Christine and Daisy, I'm going to ask, I won't get an answer, I'm sure, but how is it possible that you're talking to Summer's actual half-blood sister, her mother? You're asking her how Summer's half-sister feels about the allegations that she was molested by her father. But do you care about how Summer would feel? So we'll fix that in the chat. So as you hear Christine ask that question, replace Margie's name with Summer's. Maybe she'll respond about that. I don't know, but we could try, right? I want Christine to actually care about Summer's feelings like she cares about Margie's.
And I said, yeah, I know you're a daddy's girl. She said, Johnny is a mama's boy. He said, no, I ain't. And she said, then whose boy are you? He said, I'm grandma's boy.
Yes, what, Big Eyes? That's exactly my point. I said it last night. Is it because she's missing? Is it because she's not standing in front of you? Does she need to be 35 years old confronting people back from being missing for however long for these people to care about her feelings? Does Summer not get the same respect as Margie? Shit. I really want to know if Margie knows what these two women have done to Summer online regarding the very same situation, right? The very same thing they did to Summer, someone else did to Margie, and they care about that, but they did the very same thing to Summer. Hey, Cosmic Cam. Hey, Tiff, thanks for stopping by the chat last night. Very cool. Yeah, I haven't been over there in so long. I stopped over at another channel yesterday, too. I just saw what was in my feed, but Cam, I haven't been over there in so long. I kind of miss hanging out in your chat. It's always so chill. I got a phone call, though, so I popped out. But I almost went back. I fell asleep, though. But thank you so much. I sent you an email, by the way. Okay, Crispy Tree. I'll check it after my live. Okay, hon? All right. Putting allegations on a missing minor child, Christine, it breaks our hearts, meaning it breaks Summer Wells' heart, Christine. Yeah, brainwash her. So this is just very hypocritical. That's all. So I'm glad that they were supportive of Margie, but geez, forget about Summer's feelings, right? Yeah, that's what they do here. I wonder if Pam knows what these two ladies put on Summer and accused Don of with his child. Does Pam and Margie know? I don't know. Would they be talking to them if they knew? So they stick up for Margie while doing what Margie needs, or Pam and Margie need them to help them with, they're doing to Summer. Somebody please make a clip channels, like Lippy, Luda, Bridget. Who else in here has? Let me go through who has the clip channels. What Big Eyes? We've got, hold on. Who else in the chat? I'm trying to see who has clip channels. You guys can make a video showing what they did right? What they did to Summer, other people like Angel Talks Too Fast defending Summer, Benny defending Summer, me defending Summer, Emergency Me defending, all the people who have stood up for Summer in this regard, and then show the hypocrisy of these women. I mean, I just like don't have any other ideas, but that would be a great video for a clip channel to actually put together. There's so much out there. You can make a killer video to show just how backwards these people really are. It's quite astounding. Yikes. Summer gets so disrespected. Yes, she does, Woman of Steel. I'm sick of it. Like, I feel like I bang my head against a wall trying to defend Summer all the time. And it's like, why would you even need to defend Summer to these people? We're supposed to all care about her. All right, let's keep going. But yeah, hypocrisy at its finest here.
Hey, the boys are always mama boys, always. And the girls are always daddy's girls. That's because we...
You made it. Good morning, beach lady. It's 22 degrees here. No beach for me today.
how to work our dads, don't we?
Dawn has never done nothing to Margie at all. And I'm telling you now that I know for a fact that Donnie never molested Margie.
And how does Margie feel about what people are saying? What some YouTubers are saying that they're how does Margie feel about what people are saying? What some YouTubers are saying that they're saying that Dawn molested her. How does she feel about that? How does Margie feel about what people are saying?
How does Margie feel about Daisy and Christine accusing Dawn of molesting and raping Summer? How does Margie feel about that? I bet she'd have some feelings about it, no?
What some YouTubers are saying that they're saying that Dawn molested her. How does she feel about that? I know you've talked to her about it.
Oh, she was mad. I know she said right now she can't talk about it.
Yeah.
That's because she's so upset.
Yeah.
About it. But when she calms down, she'll come on and tell you about it.
There you go.
Crimes. Why say what word? Why say that word? Which one? Yeah, how would Summer feel? That's the $1 million question, Kimmy. How would Summer feel? No one takes her feelings into consideration because she's missing. She's missing, so nobody needs to worry about her feelings.
Did you hear it?
The M word. M word. What's that? Crimes. We don't run it like most other places. Here in my channel, you know I do free speech. We say the word rape. We do not minimize, sexual assault. Sexual assault is a blanket term. I don't like it. So we say rape here. We say sexual assault here. We say molest here. We say all those things because... And the reason for it is, and if someone could please drop the hotline number not a lot, not overkill, but just a little bit, like when certain things are said, but crimes over here, we don't minimize it by giving these new terms that the internet likes to use so that we can soften the blow on what it really is, because it's a violent crime to rape somebody. So we got to keep it 100. And that's why I don't do that here, because I don't care about the monetization. Now, when you hear people saying, I'm just going to be straight up with you, and it's fine that people do that. A lot of people are here to keep their channels perfect, no copyright, no strike for this. No, if I got a strike for the word rape, then shit, I don't know. I put my streams on 18 plus, so it shouldn't be a problem when we have discussions like this. But, I don't like that. It's actually taking away from the seriousness and the severity of the action itself by saying SA is thrown around like crazy, because the second you say sexual assault, your monetization goes yellow, possibly red with a line through it. I don't give a fuck if this stream is not monetized. None of my streams really ever go through green. Once in a great while. That's like ad revenue stuff. So I will sacrifice the $13 on a live stream or $20 on a live stream to say the actual word for what it is. So I'm sorry. And if it triggers anybody, please step away. I know it's hard stuff. I had to take a little time away to do this. So I understand and sympathize. And I'm not trying to be cold or anything. I just want you to know where I stand, because a lot of people censor their chats. I do not. And that's not to hurt anybody. It's to be consistent with my beliefs. That's all. So I hope it doesn't offend anybody. And I'm sorry if it does. I know this is a difficult subject. And it's been going on for so long that I think it's truly is affecting people. It's even affected me. So I am sorry that this community is loaded with daily trigger warnings. It's really, I wish it was different, but it's not.
Play the part what she said about Mary saying that she tried to buy Margie. Can you play that?
Do what?
Where she said that was a lie, that Mary said that she tried to buy Margie.
Oh, yeah, I can get that. Hang on.
Okay, so this is about so we have also there's also something else that's going on, okay? And what's going on is this is difficult, because there's creators who are using victims of sexual abuse for content. And they're also saying, well, they said it's okay to talk about this, so I'm going to put it out there. Or I'm going to put these victims up on a panel. So there comes in like the hatred and people that will start attacking and such, right? So there's a whole dynamic going here on YouTube with branches of the family who they've done nothing wrong in telling and speaking up. They did it for Summer, and I will always believe that in my heart. I do not believe that Trish, Jeannie, nor Mary ever intended to take away any attention from Summer whatsoever. Not even a little bit do I think that. And I know that because I've spoken with them for a long time. And I believe I know their hearts at this point. But even in the beginning, it was quite amazing that Jeannie spoke out when she did, because there weren't any females except Robin standing up for Summer. When Jeannie came to the forefront as Summer's aunt and, told her story to True Crime Sisters on Facebook, she put it all in writing, made sure to tell everybody she notified the TBI, and Jeannie left. She came into chats here and there, very, very seldom. There's a reason for that. And you don't have to believe me, because it's just what I know and my experience. She is such a soft-hearted person. I see only light in Jeannie and Mary and Trish. I don't think they mean any harm to anybody, and they want Summer found more than anything. But please do not blame them. So many people are in these chats and angry with them, and the sisters and this, and the sisters did this, the sisters did that. No. channel creators have used this and used this and used this until there is nothing left to squeeze out except lies. Now they're moving on to Margie, right? They're done with Jeannie, Trish, and Mary for the moment, focusing on Margie now. Why? Why all of these women who have been violated? So before, and I only say this because I observe it going on, before you judge them, remember that most women don't speak out for this very reason. And think about this. What if it did happen to Margie, but she saw what happened to Mary and Jeannie? Who's going to ever confide that in an audience who has watched people tear these women up for speaking up for Summer because they thought, we have got to say something? This is a pattern, or I believe it's a pattern, whatever. It's the channel creators who keep that fire burning, who bring it up months down the road. When Trish came on my panel long ago, I left it there, shared it out on my community, left it up on my channel. I also put it into its own separate piece, and I did not shove it down everybody's throat. This place is lit on fire with sexual abuse. And yeah, so now they've turned to, it's Margie who has to handle this now. It's so messy, so messy. And I don't know why anybody does that. I just don't. But I only ask that because I see so many people attacking them and they're not even around, and it's other channel creators and subscribers who are doing it. Like, they're not even present for it, but they're being attacked because other channel creators are up there sharing their DMs, or like Doug the other night, putting all of Mary's text messages out. How is that going to help find Summer? Do you know Mary adored Doug? I don't know how she feels about him now. I haven't talked to her about it. This is how they're treated. So how could we say, like, yes, I believe Margie. If she says it didn't happen, it didn't happen. But who the hell is going to come out now and say, yeah, that happened to me? Yep. So they can be attacked for the next year and be accused of taking attention away from Summer. So people can really thank the masses around here for that, because no one in their right mind is going to speak up about shit anymore. Look at what people have done to these women. They didn't deserve that shit at all. So, all right, hold on. Oh, yeah. You have no idea. You didn't see what Doug did the other night? It was horrible. Horrible. I was horrified, laying in my bed thinking, oh my God. So this is the thing. So Mary used to go to Unmasked with Teresa long ago when the case first started. She really took a liking to Teresa. She liked Teresa so much. But when Unmasked did their parting of ways and Teresa went and did her own channel, Criminality, Unmasked had, I believe, privated their Summer Wells content. Also, Vanessa, I don't know if somebody is listening that has a connection to Vanessa. I tried to email her, trying to get in touch with her. And let me check to make sure that she didn't answer me before I say. Let me see. Yeah, she didn't answer me. I'm trying to get in touch with Vanessa. If anybody could help me get the message across that I emailed her, it would be so greatly appreciated. If not, that's fine too, but just trying to get in touch with her is all. So Mary took a really great liking to Teresa, but when Teresa went to Criminality, Mary really found a lot of comfort in Doug and Josh. Doug and Josh seemed to be like a really safe place for Mary. She enjoyed their company, and she really seemed to be at ease with them. And I feel that maybe even felt protected, right? So Mary's super strong. She's always been a very strong voice for anything that's going on. She's been front and center, but she trusted Doug and she adored him. And he went and exposed like every single text message they'd ever had with one another. He did it to Jeannie. He did it to Mary. And this is why I don't think this is the place to do shit anymore. Like you can't tell your story here. You can't trust these creators. Mary had such a accepting, loving heart, you know? And I know she trusted Doug. You could tell she trusted Doug. You could always tell. She really liked him. He made her smile. She would laugh. Like, you could just see she was so comfortable with him. And then he goes and does that. I couldn't believe it. I was so mad. So I said, please don't take out your frustration about Chris on these women because he's angry with Chris McDonough. Listen, no one's perfect. We all have our quirks about us. But to take it out on them is so wrong. Take your aggression out on Chris, Doug. You don't need to attack Mary. You don't need to attack Jeannie. Go talk to Chris. That's your problem. Go talk to Chris. You don't need to do that to her. You're going to regret doing that to her. She adored Doug. Like, dang, he's so gross. I can't stand it. Is it a real fallout? What do you mean, crispy treat? He literally exposed all of her. A real fallout? Wait. I don't know what you mean. You know, Mary's not faking a fallout with Doug. Doug did that on a manic rant.
All right. Let me put you on pause so I can fast forward. We talked a long time, so
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff on there, but some things we just don't know. This is Pam Wells, Don's ex-wife, the mother of Don's oldest daughter, Margie, who has 2 children, and they love their grandfather, and she loves her dad. She's a daddy's girl. And so we called her, and she talked to us for a long time. Yeah. And Margie's very aware of this and very upset. Because,
well, too bad you didn't tell Margie what you did to Summer Daisy with your friends and thousands of others.
This has been said about her.
Yes, Doug went after Mary several nights ago. Yes, he did. I watched in like sheer terror as he just ripped through every single message they'd ever sent to each other. And that Crimes lady, what is her name? Crime and Justice, the super Doug tattooed on her hand or whatever, like sitting there talking shit about Don's sisters. Like, wow. But it was all good, right? When Mary was bringing you all those super chats, right, Doug? How much money did Doug make off Mary? Anybody want to take a guess? How much money do you think he sucked out of having her on panels? Why do you think he sent all those messages? You can see Doug saying in the messages to Mary, hey, I'm going live soon if you want to come up. Like, do you know, not ever have I ever texted someone and said, I'm going live if you'd like to come up. They come to me. No one ever has been approached by me to come here. That's, in my opinion, it's gross to do that. You're chasing clout off of victims. Gross. You let people come to you and request help from you. You don't go seeking them out. Pig. All right, hold on. So I was just so fired up over Doug and why he has to do that. Doug, why can't you walk away from Mary with just kindness? Like, Mary, I wish you the best, and I hope things go well for you. Why? What if something was to happen to her later down the road? Why would you do that to her? She's been so good to you and so kind. He'll go live later and tear me up for hours. I don't care. It's horrible what he has done to these women on here, because he took them under his wing and then he dropped them right on their heads. Yes, crispy treat. 4, actually. Yes.
Yeah, Jillian, it's very scary. Margie even said that she didn't think Candace or Don had anything to do with Summer. She said she don't know what happened, but she knows that they didn't have nothing to do with that baby going missing. And she said that they're grieving themselves to death over that baby. She said that Don was good to all them kids.
All right, let me make sure. I think this is it.
This came from Pam.
He calms down.
Hold on.
And I said, yeah, I know your daddy.
And
he calms down. She'll come on and tell you about it.
Okay. And what does she think about Mary saying all that? Why does she?
And so we called her.
Yeah.
And very,
I could call Margie too. I could call Pam too, but I don't insert myself. Like, why do you?
Set. Because this has been said about her.
So I have to wonder, was this to cover up what they did to Summer? Because to seek out Margie, like, I'm just thinking this now as I'm sitting here, to go seek out Pam and Margie, like, she wanted to talk to Margie. White Boy Lockdown Radio's wife ended up talking to Margie, so Daisy's probably all fucked up over that. I can only imagine. She's probably crying over there. But this is the thing. She goes and seeks out Pam Wells. We're concerned because they're spreading rumors about your daughter and Don Wells and what happened to her when she was a little girl. Meanwhile, they're doing exactly that to Summer. So did Daisy call Pam because of this? Did Daisy find and Christine this as an opportunity to, continue to divert attention away from what they did? I think it's possible. I don't know for sure. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm thinking it in my head like, oh, well, is this to cover up what they did? Like, we're concerned for Margie, so, forget about what we did to Summer type deal. I wonder. Interesting. I bet you it had a little bit of something to do with it. Or even just an afterthought, right? Something like that. This is very accurate. Furry says, in my opinion, the channel is equivalent of the National Enquirer. Yes, absolutely. I guarantee it. Tiffany will tear you up, but he can't say anything anybody hasn't already heard. Huh? Dukester, what you telling me? Sorry, I didn't understand your comment. They're PR for Don now. It's their job. Oh, I don't know. 3 Dons? Don Wells is, Don Wesley Wells, the son, is the third crispy treat. So Don is Don Jr. Don Wells, Summer's father, is Don Jr. Don Wesley Wells, the third, his son, is the third. Okay, so you've got the senior, the junior, and the third. A lot of people don't know that. I hear people call Don the third junior all the time, but it's okay. The more you spread it, the more people will catch on. It's good.
Yeah, Jillian, it's very scary Margie even said that she didn't think Candace or Don had anything to do with Summer. She said she don't know what happened, but she knows that they didn't have nothing to do with that baby going missing. And she said that they're grieving themselves to death over that baby. She said that Don was good to all them kids.
I just got to stick in little pauses here and there. Okay.
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
About it. But when she calms down, she'll come on and tell you about it.
Okay. And what does she think about Mary saying all that? Why does she think Mary is lying? Or why do you think Mary's lying?
Mary, I don't know. Mary said I tried to sell her my kids when Margie was like two, but I never tried to sell my kids.
I fixed that to normal. I don't want to speed up, Pam. Hold on just one moment.
This came from Pam.
This is Pam.
Foster parent.
Yeah.
So this came from Pam. Told us something not so good about Mary, but we're not going to disclose that.
So, what I was talking about before is Daisy's got that they're concocting they're going to start attacking Mary. I can already see it now, because now that they're discussing family matters, Daisy is taking a liking to Pam, and they're going to want to lash out at Mary. I say, if you see that happening, even if you're a supporter of Daisy, please try to encourage peace between them and not division, because that's not going to help Summer. So even if you don't like me and you think I'm the worst person on YouTube and I'm horrible, and you love and adore Daisy and Christine, please don't encourage the attacks on Mary or anybody else for that matter, and try to encourage kind behavior toward them. They've been dealing with a lot for a long time. All right. So speaking out for what they believed would help Summer in some way, God forbid, led to over a year of lashings from strangers on the internet they don't even know. So Daisy here is saying it. Well, she told me a whole bunch of stuff about Mary, but I'm not going to say it. Oh, just wait. She will. Just not here on this stream. She won't. She's going to compile all of the things, right? Daisy, I have such a hard time listening to this woman. It's so hard.
Because we're not here to bash Mary. But
we're not here to bash Mary. So why say it at all?
Mary ain't the angel that we all think she is.
Mary's not the angel we all think she is. I think Mary's admitted she was a pretty wild child, right? Angel, I don't think she ever said she was an angel. I don't think that she had a halo on either. None of us do. So Mary's not the angel that y'all think she is. I bet she's not. But what's it to you? I'm no angel either. Neither are you or Christine. What's going to happen? Well, we'll talk about that on another stream. You go ahead and dig up anything to fuck around with Mary, Daisy, and we're going to level up all the way. Watch. Be in your best interest to leave these women alone. Because I have my eye on you now, like 10 times more than I did last night.
Yes, guys. Don's told me stuff that he said he could say it, but he chooses not to say it out of respect. And
Lil G, hey, Lil G here in the chat, I wanted to say, because I was watching my chat replay back, and I saw you write something last night, and I don't remember what we were talking about, but you had talked about the hate that your family had received when your baby was dealing with sickness, right? And I wanted to be able to comment back to you, but I wasn't able because it was in the live chat, but I wanted to send you my love. I noticed your comment, and I can't respond in the live chat replay. So I'm like, oh my God, I wish I could message her or something. Like, I just want you to know that no matter who you are, you could be taking care of an ailing baby for years and you're going to get hate. Isn't it just horrible? The world is such an angry place. So I just wanted to acknowledge what you had written last night because I did see it. Hey, Shay, how are you? Buddy Love Jones. I bet they were not legal fosters. Who? Buddy Love? I'm sorry. Nobody said Pam tried to sell the kids. They said Don tried to give his son up for drugs. The story was that Don was standing on the side of the road with a sign and he was trying to sell little Donnie and Margie. That was the story. And it was told on Unmasked by Mary. If I recall correctly, that was the exact way it was said. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, guys. If you remember something different than I, please correct me. I have gotten a little rusty. It's a lot to remember lately. Margie sounds level-headed and kind. She does, Stacy. I agree with you. Margie does sound very kind. Yes. Let's see. Connor is my nephew. You do help us by speaking up for kids like Summer. It doesn't go. Well, Lil G, I just wanted you to know I saw what you wrote and I wanted to give you a hug. So I'm giving you one. Oh, Pam Wiles you were talking about. Okay. So you don't think she's like a legit foster parent? I don't know how you could really get away with that. I don't know. With 18? How many did she say? No, that was someone in my chat. Don't listen to me. Someone said that they had 18 siblings. That wasn't Pam. Sorry. I had a whole brain shortage. Jesus. How many did she foster? How did she foster kids? She couldn't even take care of her own.
And that right there shows the character. But
is that true? 21? Oh, so I'm not crazy. I don't know about that. I feel a little nuts looking at that in the chat.
Yes, it did. No, this didn't come from Mary. This came from Pam.
This is Pam talking. This is Margie's mom.
Oh.
Luda, maybe she counts the neighborhood kids. You know when you got a whole bunch of kids at your house because your kid has a whole bunch of friends and there's 10 kids in your living room and they're all eating in your food and whatever. And you say you got 10 kids at the house. Maybe Pam says she has 21 kids. I don't know. She got 21 kids that came over to hang out. I'm not sure. Chrissy G, laugh my ass off, Tip. I have you on my TV and my 9-year-old son hears you say the world is a mean place or something like that. And all I hear is him scream from the other room. Agrees. Okay, if you have me on your TV, then I need to, you know what? I need to be careful with my vulgarity on my channel because I don't want anybody's kid to ever hear me say anything I shouldn't. So I'll be on my best behavior. Thank you for telling me that I'm on your TV. I'm probably on many TVs and I just don't realize. So I got to keep it good on a Saturday morning. Family like as much as possible. Not that this is a family oriented conversation at all, but
she's got adopted kids. She's took care of a lot of kids and she still is a foster parent.
Yeah.
Pam Wells is still a foster parent, but I thought Don said she was homeless just not too long ago. Didn't Don Wells say Pam was homeless? How is she a foster parent?
So if anybody tries to come after her or said bad things about her, she told us stuff that we could disclose about Mary, but we're not going to.
So she says, remember she said this, that Pam told her things that she could disclose about Mary, but they're not going to. That's at the 36-minute mark of this stream right here. Don't mind clicking the unsubscribe button when you go over there. All right. You'll always be caught up on the news. So I'm not judging Pam, but I think her background is rather shady to have passed a background check to foster. Crispy Treat says he totally did that on the street corner, but they said that he wasn't really going to sell them, but he was just out of his mind and taking a bunch of talking a bunch of babble. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Good morning, Adrienne Watkins, Robin Slack, Debbie, Loyal to a Fault, Stacy Drake. Let me see. I don't want to miss anybody. Buddy Love Jones. Duke. Where's Dukes? Is she in here? No, Dukester. Okay. I was going to say, I didn't see Dukes. Hey, Amy. On the tip of Daisy's tongue. Yeah. Lies a snake. Oy vey, brainwasher.
I pray all these who have lied on these people are sued for slander. Exactly.
I'm waiting for someone to handcuff Daisy for the accusations that she made about Summer. So that's what I'm waiting for. She's waiting for completely different things. I'm waiting for someone to lock her up for about 24 hours just for doing that. I believe it's chargeable offense, actually. Summer is protected. So I'm waiting for Daisy to be held accountable for what she did.
Exactly. And Margie's going to talk to us.
And she has no voice for Margie or any other victim doing what she did to Summer. So I may actually reach out to Margie to let her know what has happened with Daisy and Christine. And I don't need a response from Margie, but I may put together a nice little packet for her to let her know, because I already see where this is going. And I guarantee you, Summer's sister is not going to be okay with that. I don't think so. We'll see, though. But I think it's really important Margie gets the message, because she has no clue, probably, that Daisy did this and pretending to be a voice for her while doing the very same thing to Summer.
As soon as she calms down and talks with her husband, because her husband don't want her on social media, Dawn said. But she wants to get out here and tell us.
Loyal to a Fault, they may know, but they don't know. And I'm going to make it really clear. So
it's the truth, too.
I don't know what they know, right? Who really even knows? But Daisy is in her ear, probably filling her head full of all this, not even speaking up. They're all like, probably telling people, we talk about Summer and we love Summer so much. But meanwhile, no one truly knows exactly. Like last night when I played this stuff, a month later, the stuff from last night that I played, people still hadn't heard that. There were parts I hadn't even heard, and there's still a lot of parts I haven't heard. So I don't even know how much worse that stream got with the hour and 37 that was left in it. Do they know that they did this? I don't know, but they're gonna know. And I'm gonna make sure they know. And once they know, right? And if I know that they know what these two did to Summer, then that's all that matters. That's all that matters. And then you wait and watch the reaction, if there is one, if they're supportive of Summer, or if they choose to, communicate with people who are doing the same exact thing to her. We'll see.
And this is horrible that her step aunt brought this out on social media about her.
I'll agree with that. And that's me being completely honest. I don't agree with Mary putting out Margie's story. I don't. It's Margie's story to tell only. And I do not agree with Mary putting out anything. I'm sorry. I don't. Actually, I'm not sorry. I don't agree with it. I was very upset about it, actually. And how do I say this? Okay, so I already talked to Josh about this. I messaged him like when it happened, and I told him that I wasn't on the same page with what went down concerning the situation with Margie being spoken about, and Mary bringing this out, I told him I wanted him to hear it from me first. I said, I'm going to eventually have to say something at some point. I didn't know it would be right this second, but this was days ago. But I let Josh know that I was very bothered by that being let out on his stream, and that even if a victim says it's okay, it doesn't make it okay. There's been times people have come to me and asked me to come up and tell their story of certain, experience that they've had. And I have turned them down and said no, because I don't want to put them in harm's way. And I know what follows. We've watched it unfold here. So the thing is, no, I don't agree with Mary saying anything about Margie. That is Margie's story to tell, if there is one. I'm not mad at Mary. Honestly, I'll be honest, I was more upset with Josh because it was Josh's platform. He knows the way I feel because I told him, like I said, I have no hard feelings with Josh at all. I did go to him, and he was really receptive, and he was really understanding about it also. And I feel that Josh said, maybe, I think it was something to the effect of, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that, or I'm not going to do that in the future. It was like, he knew where I was coming from and understood me. He might not agree with me, because listen, this is the thing. His point is, well, at the expense of Summer, you don't want this, you sure you don't want to talk about this or for this to come out because it could affect Summer directly, etc. So, but this is the thing. My feeling is there's a certain way to go about it. And that wasn't it, right? But it was a heated, what I see it as, this came out while playing Don. So you hear him ask about Rhonda. There's been several occurrences that have upset me, right? So I did go to Josh about it. And I do want to say he was very understanding and receptive. He took it really well, and he was kind. And that's really, truly what happened. And I told him that Josh said he regrets saying, yeah, Sophie, I think he does. I really think he does. And listen, he's got his own tactics, right, with Don. But the thing is, it's hard, and I totally get it, but not to get carried away where, and you're on a live stream, stuff happens. You say things that you wish you didn't say, or you're like, oh, I probably shouldn't have done that stream, or probably shouldn't have done this, but shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? This is the thing. In the heat of the moment, while trying to get answers, a victim was thrown into the crossfire for leverage. And it's from a pure heart for Summer. I believe that. I really do. I think everything people are doing is for Summer. And everybody has a different way about them. But I do appreciate that he didn't get upset with me for being brutally honest about how I felt. But I know that he didn't mean to harm anybody, for sure. He was like, I feel so bad if I hurt Margie, And got to remember that sometimes, the thing is, the situation with Rhonda, when they spoke about her, that actually produced a result. So it's a catch-22, right? It's a double-edged sword but at the expense of someone else. And that is where my problem lies. So that in a nutshell. I do not like that Mary told that about Margie. It upset me very much for several days. But I only say that because Someone in the chat felt the same way. And that's no disrespect to Mary. I adore Mary. That's her family. This is not my business. It's not our business, truly. That's their business. But I support all of them. And they could do what they want, of course, but I don't agree with her doing that. I was very bothered by that. But it didn't stop me from reaching out to her when Doug was going after her to make sure she was okay. And I didn't say a word about him. I just wanted to check on her. I hadn't talked to her in like ever. And she didn't even say a word about Doug, actually. I don't even think she knew what was going on, and I didn't even want to tell her. So I have to say that. I'm good with Mary. I just don't like the decision she made for this here. So I cannot disagree with what anybody has to say about that. No one should ever tell anybody's story except the person it happened to.
And it's not right. It's wrong.
I agreed with Daisy on one thing this week.
Because we know for a fact they're very close to this day. Him and his daughter. Guys, a lot of this stuff people are talking about is not true. Just what little time we...
This one's almost done. I'm about to play Margie in a minute. I think Christine plays like 20 more seconds of Pam, and we're going to move on to Margie.
We've been talking to Don. We found out a lot of the stuff he's been very truthful about.
Yep.
And Candace ain't the mean person that everybody has portrayed her to be.
Nope.
She's a very sensitive person.
She is.
She's
Yeah.
very quiet.
Listen, if you want to play it again. You want to play it again?
Yeah.
Oh, she's playing it again. So we're done with this one. We're moving on. We don't need to hear it again. All right. Hold on one sec. Okay, let's see. Hey, Tiffany, thanks for your hospitality. I'll be watching, but can't comment any further because I have to give a toddler my phone. Okay, have a good day. Hey, Mamita. Lil G, we love you and hope you are well. Yes, Lil G, we do. We do. Hey, Roswell, baby. Would you not come out with the CPS reported allegation or just differently? Loyal to a fault. Which one are you talking about? Will you be like more specific just so that I know? Hey, Damaris, how are you? I don't know what you're referring to only because there's so much stuff to do with CPS. So if you could just be super specific in your comments so that I can answer you is all. Let me pull up this next one. Thank you so much. I took that the other morning when I was sitting in my car down by the beach. Thank you, Mamita. That's me in my original self mode in the morning when I first get up on my high ride. All right, so let me grab the next one. Okay, so this is, all right, White Boy's got his link pinned there. Okay. So this is here where it starts. And I don't normally share his content here, but this is very important. So please be respectful. I know it took us a little while to get here. So 2 hours ago, I had asked that everybody be respectful while I'm playing his content. And if you could just focus on the topic at hand and not like any drama or anything like that, because that's not what I want to do here. I want to focus on what's important and getting the word and the message out so that the appropriate, correct information is there. Okay, so this is called Spoke with Don Wild's Daughter today. His wife, Damaged Goods when No Regrets, did the interview. Okay. I have to agree with not putting out others' story. I'm a little behind. Yeah. Listen, I'm sure she didn't mean any harm at all. You know, people say things sometimes. I think it was wrong of Mary, but I can show grace because I don't believe she has malicious intent, unlike a lot of others. I feel the same way you do, extra as fuck. Like, I forgive Mary for that. You know what I mean? It's not for me to forgive, but I can totally look past it. I don't disagree with pretty much anything that she does. I've never seen her do anything that I thought was, you know, really bad, or there's been some stuff that she may have said over the months that I was like, kind of scratch my head at, but Mary's a sweetheart. She really is such a sweetheart. She has such a good heart. You can't be mad at her. Like, how could you be mad at Mary? She's too happy. Like, I don't know. She's a good person, I think. Here listening. Hey, Duchess. Thank you for being here. Daisy is truly dense. Someone being close with a parent that may have violated them does not prove there is no sexual assault as a child. It's very complex. Yeah, right. But RAINN, this is the thing. So Margie says it didn't happen. We're about to hear it. So Margie's going to tell you, well, she's telling White Boy Lockdown Radio's wife, Damaged Goods. So she conducted the interview and she did a great job. She seems real cool. I don't know her. I've never spoke to her, but she seems to have a good relationship with her father. And to me, if that's the case, I hope it was the same for Summer with Don. I really do. That gives me hope.
Isn't it funny? This is long, but we're gonna get the truth out tonight, and then we're gonna play something about Josh.
Because you're saying,
And then we're gonna play something about Josh.
we're starting to.
Isn't it funny?
All right. This is where it starts. I'm not going to play the drama portion of this live. I'm only playing Margie. I don't even know what he said about Josh. I don't know what he said about me. I think he said something about I don't care about. I just care about the part with Margie. It's fine. I just want to get what's important out there. All right.
This is long, but we're gonna.
And the link is pinned to the top chat. That's where the interview is, and I will also link that in my description along with the one I just played as well. As much as it pains me to do that, I will. I have to. I can't. I always have to put I give credit where credit's due. You can't not do that.
We're gonna get the truth out tonight, and then we're gonna play something about Josh.
Thank you, Mamita.
Hi, Margie.
So you can hear her really well. She did a great job recording this. Thank God. Because one of the biggest issues when it comes to Summer's case and people that record conversations, the sound is always horrible. Like, Ziggy with her phone under the table talking to Fred Hill for like 5 hours. I don't know if her phone was really under the table, but I did ask her if it was. I'm like, were you holding the phone under the table? Like, why can't I hear him? We can never hear anything in this case, but I'm glad we can hear this. So that's good. I love good sound. I'm a stickler for sound. I don't like sound issues.
This is Noelle, Damaged Goods with No Regrets on YouTube. You had given me permission before starting this recording, telling me that I was allowed to record you. I just want to make sure that now that I am recording, it's still okay with you.
Okay, so here you don't get this very often with the recorded calls. So Damaged Goods with No Regrets is saying, and she's putting it out publicly, so everybody knows. Margie knows she was being recorded. Margie knows that it was going out to the public. I like that. I like that. Just treating her with respect.
Yes. Okay. And you are Mr. Donwell's daughter?
Yes.
Now, there are certain allegations.
And I'm going to share Damaged Goods in the chat. Hold on, because I don't want to leave her out. Hold on. So you can click on her. I don't know how often she does these. Let's see. Let me see. Okay. Let me play this. I'm going to drop her link in just a sec. Let me just go find it.
And then we're gonna play something about Josh.
Hi, Margie. So this is Noelle, Damaged Goods with No Regrets on YouTube. You had given me permission before starting this recording, telling me that I was allowed to record you. I just want to make sure that now that I am recording, it's still okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. And you are Mr. Donwell's daughter?
Yes.
Now, there are certain allegations being made against your father, and you would like to clear the rumor mill up because you're saying that it's not factual information at all. And everybody deserves to have the truth come out, especially when they're being drugged through the mud. So what can you tell me about your relationship with your dad?
My relationship with my father, honestly, he's like one of the best dads I've ever had. Like, well, will ever have. But
So she says that Don is one of the best dads she's ever had.
besides his drug problem, he's honestly one of the best. Like,
Chrissy Solorio, you get a timeout.
Oh shit, I think she's one of our people. Christine Solorio, what'd she do? Oh boy. Hey, Misty.
You get a timeout.
Hey, Brenda.
You get a timeout.
Let me see. I think he pauses for a minute here.
You get a timeout.
Yeah.
This is the problem, people.
He talks a lot. And then
Jesus fucking Christ, these people.
it's right here.
he's always there for you when you need him, and he's always did anything that he could to help me out, whether it was money wise or someone to talk to, or he's never went against anything I said. Like, if I needed to talk to him about something, he would listen and try to help me out with everything. Like, I can't explain it.
How many kids does your dad have?
With my mom, he has 2, but with his new wife, Candace, he has 4.
So there's 6 total children between 2 women marriages, and he still was able to accomplish pretty much anything that he could to help you in any situation that you've ever experienced in life.
Oh, yes.
So that shows that he was very attentive to everybody's needs.
Yes, like, anytime he had, like, his little drug ordeal or whatever, every Friday he would, well, not every Friday, I can't say every Friday, but anytime he messed up on Fridays, I could always count on an hour lecture from my dad the next day. Even though I didn't do it, I never did anything wrong, but he would still lecture me about it. That way I wouldn't follow down the same foot.
So basically he was saying, learn from what I'm telling you and not by what I do when I mess up. Like, he knows that you saw and experienced the mess up part, and he felt overwhelming guilt, I would imagine, and he's trying to explain to you why you shouldn't fall in that pattern.
All right, real fast. So what I'm playing right now, I got mad. What I'm playing right now is Josh from the lab.
So let me read. I want to see what you guys think so far, because I feel that this changes a little bit for me in a positive way. And I just want to know how you guys feel. So Stacy Drake says, this is relieving to hear. Yes, I agree with you. Absolutely. Dana, I think that's a very loaded statement, though, besides his drug problem. So, Dana, I thought that it was interesting, too, but it also told me she wasn't holding back all the way, right? So, like, I kind of felt when she said besides his drug problem, I was thinking, all right, she's keeping it 100. She's not gonna pretend he doesn't have a problem, which is good. I think that speaks to her credibility a little bit. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying. What if that is not Margie or Pam? If it is, what if they were paid or threatened? No, Jojo, I don't know about any of that. It doesn't sound like she's under any distress. And yeah, let's not do that. I mean, we're not gonna say that it's not Pam and it's not Margie, and what if it's not even them? Like, I don't want to do that here, please, if you don't mind. She does sound a little nervous, right, Ren? I'd imagine she knows it's going to go out, and she doesn't talk on the internet, so it's probably a big step for her, I'd imagine. Pauline says it's important to hear the good things. Yeah, because we never hear anything good. No one wants to talk about the good things, right? Maleficent says, I don't believe it's her, to be honest. I'm sorry. You don't? Because family can confirm. Why don't you believe? It's okay if you don't believe, but these are not fake people. That's Pam Wows, and this is Margie. These are actually real people in the family that have been heard before. They're their voices, you know? So let's not get too carried away, is all. That's all I ask.
Attempted to do
I mean, you could do whatever anywhere else, but I don't want that to be like, you know, everyone to start, and then anybody can feel how they want. I just don't want the chat to start saying like, that's not Margie, or that wasn't Pam, or blah, blah, blah. Cause then everybody goes crazy about it. And that'll be the next thing. And then they'll be forced to cam up, and they'll be forced to show their kitchen sink because no one believes it's them. That's how it all starts. So I want to shut that down here. Maleficent, you're welcome to your opinion. I just said that. Did I not just say that you're welcome to your opinion? Because I did. Why don't you believe it's them? I allow all opinions here. You know that I allow all opinions, but I have a responsibility that this chat is not going to go wild and start accusing them of not being them. Not trying to be a bitch, but like, there's a reason why I say things that I do, and a reason why I run my channel the way I do, to keep it from turning out like a bunch of the other ones. I don't want that here. I don't want that bullshit, conspiracy theories and questioning no, please. That's all I ask. But you can have an opinion, of course. I just ask that people be respectful. To say that this isn't her it takes away from her story. So we're silencing somebody who's saying this didn't happen to them. Well, if we say it's not her, then everybody in the community can say, well, that wasn't her, so it's a whole lie, and that really did happen, just the way Mary said it did. That's how it all, this is right here in my chat is how it starts. That's exactly how it goes. So that's why I said that. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm trying to get ahead of the issues that I know take place and occur and continue to occur throughout our whole entire community all the time. So I try to keep things calm by maybe, nipping it in the bud right away. That way it doesn't get to be like bad, because I can't always look at my chat. You know what I mean? I'm sure Maleficent's pissed off. It's like very frustrating when I'm trying to talk about these things, and I know who attacks these women. Don't think I don't. Don't think that I don't know the things that are said in chats. Please don't do it here. And bring your bullshit over here.
He's claiming in 1993 or 4, I actually forget, I think it's 93, that, well, he's getting the information from Don's sister, who is the same.
I really don't
feel that.
That's true.
Try to teach me to watch out. That has always
feel that. That you can think of.
Was most wanted together. That would try to teach me to watch. That has always.
So listen to this part. This part's really interesting. And it is Margie. It's confirmed Margie. All right. That's why I got irritated. And I don't need to go into detail as to how I know that or why I know that. It's confirmed. Please don't spread lies that this isn't Margie.
It's all old news. The man never hid that he had any addiction issues, but the simple fact that he said it on YouTube, when he's everybody's boogeyman, well, narratives get drawn every which way you can think of. Let's continue.
So here in this part, guys, I want to know what you all think about this statement that she makes, because I would never expect a story like this about Dawn. Like, listen to what she says. It's very interesting.
Yes. And my dad has always tried to teach me, like, not like the stranger ordeal. He always tried to teach me to watch out for people, because he'd always tell me, like, there's bad people in this world that'll want to kidnap you and stuff like that. And we used to watch, what's that, America's Most Wanted together. That way he could, like, help me understand that it doesn't matter how old you are or how strong you are in this world, somebody is out there to always get you.
That's true. So he definitely wanted to educate you and make you experience all these different situations, so you were ready for the world that you had no idea was going to be, in your future. You were experiencing it early enough so that you were ahead of the game.
Yeah.
When he went on any, I don't want to say binges or like a one night or a weekend where he decided to, like you said, mess up and use something, was that time that he was using, even though it was short lived, did that ever affect his relationship with you or any of your siblings?
Not with with me. I know him and my mom fought about it a lot, but
right. I think that's normal. She wanted the best, and you know, that to her, in her eyes, wasn't the best.
Right.
So
I don't know. My dad just like, I don't even know.
was he a full time, like?
What's up, Christina?
I know he had to work, but
Selena?
when he was home, was he full time, hands on? You know, involved with the family, involved with the kids.
Laura, I was
Just
trying to find
being,
a comment.
you know, just because you're home and you're present physically doesn't mean that you are involved. You can still be a non-existent parental figure. So did he try to be in your life all the time, no matter what?
Oh yeah. Let's see. There's times like my dad would take me and my friends out to play basketball together, and I mean he wouldn't take just my friends, but like practically just half the neighborhood.
So he was like a neighborhood dad too, like a normal everyday father. My parents, I can tell you that we would have sometimes 10, 15 or more kids going in the pool and hanging out, and we'd go to their houses and there'd be the same amount of kids. So he was just a regular like neighborhood friendly dad.
Oh yeah, I remember one time me and my best friend Crystal, we went and rode bikes together on the bike trail at night, and my dad would follow behind us on his motorcycle. I loved it.
Oh, that's so cool. I used to ride a motorcycle a few years back, and my parents, I can tell you that we would have sometimes 10, 15 or more kids going in the pool and hanging out, and we'd go to their houses and there'd be the same amount of kids. So he was just a regular like neighborhood friendly dad.
Oh yeah, I remember one time me and my best friend Crystal, we went and rode bikes together on the bike trail at night, and my dad would follow behind us on his motorcycle. I loved it.
Oh, that's so cool. I used to ride a motorcycle a few
I'm sitting here on mute. I'm like, why is my sound messing up? And I'm on mute. Wow. How long have I how long have I been muted for? It was my fault. It wasn't the computer this time. Oh my God. Hold on. I gotta find where you stopped hearing me. I don't even know what I just said. Who knows how long was it going on for? It muted like 5 minutes? No way. You know what then? What I said wasn't meant to be heard. It wasn't meant to be heard. So you know what? I'm not going to say what I said. I was muted while saying it, so I shouldn't have said it. That's what happened. God does not want it out in the universe. So that's my sign. Let me go back here. Let me see exactly where it stopped. Okay. So I'm going to accept that was muted. That was muted for a reason. I don't know why, but I trust that process. Okay. So hold on. Wow, guys, it took 5 whole minutes. I've been muted for 5 whole minutes. Oh my God. Why didn't anybody tell me? No one even texted me. Thanks. Let me check. Do I have text? No one even texted my phone to tell me I had no sound. Like, what? Hold on a sec. I got to figure out. Dang, hold on. Oops.
Enough so that you were ahead of the game.
Yeah.
That's true. So he's definitely.
This is all old news.
That has always.
But the simple fact that
Okay, so I'm going to start here, and I'm not going to put the commentary that I put in when I was muted. I so apologize for that. I didn't realize that I was on mute, so I'm so sorry. But this part here bothered me a little bit. That's all I'm going to say.
he said it on YouTube, well, he's everybody's boogeyman. Well, narratives get drawn.
Try to teach me to.
This is all old, but the simple fact that he said it on.
Try to teach me to. That has always.
But the simple fact that he said it on YouTube, well, he's everybody's boogeyman. Well, narratives get drawn every which way you can think of. Let's continue.
Yes. And my dad has always tried to teach me, like, not like the stranger ordeal. He always tried to teach me to watch out for people because he'd always tell me, like, there's bad people in this world that'll want to kidnap you and stuff like that. And we used to watch, what's that, America's Most Wanted together. That way he could, like, help me understand that it doesn't matter how old you are or how strong you are in this world, somebody is out there to always get you.
That's true. So he definitely wanted to educate you and make you experience all these different situations so you were ready for the world that you had no idea was going to be, in your future. You were experiencing it early enough so that you were ahead of the game.
Yeah.
When he went on any I don't want to say binges or like a one night or a weekend where he decided to, like you said, mess up and use something, was that time that he was using, even though it was short lived, did that ever affect his relationship with you or any of your siblings?
Not with me. I know him and my mom thought about it a lot, but.
Right. I think that's normal. She wanted the best, and that to her, in her eyes, wasn't the best.
Right.
So
I don't know. My dad just like, I don't even know.
Was he a full time, like?
What's up, Christina?
I know he had to work, but
Selena?
when he was home, was he full time, hands on? Involved with the family, involved with the kids.
Laura, I was trying to find a comment.
Just because you're home and you're present physically doesn't mean that you are involved. You can still be a non-existent parental figure. So did he try to be in your life all the time, no matter what?
Oh yeah. Let's see. There's times like my dad would take me and my friends out to play basketball together. And I mean, he wouldn't take just my friends, but like practically just half the neighborhood.
So he was like a neighborhood dad too, like a normal everyday father. Like my parents, I can tell you, we would have sometimes 10, 15 or more kids going in the pool and hanging out, and we'd go to their houses and there'd be the same amount of kids. So he was just a regular like neighborhood friendly dad.
Oh yeah, I remember one time me and my best friend Crystal, we went and rode bikes together on the bike trail at night, and my dad would follow behind us on his motorcycle. I loved it.
Oh, that's so cool. I used to ride a motorcycle a few years back, and my kids would always be like, "Hey, we're gonna be at the park. We're gonna be here. Can you show up?" And some like, "Can you ride the motorcycle?" And then kids would want to get rides rock hard, and I can give them, the ride. But I can see your dad wanting to be like, "Okay, I can take you for a spin if it's okay, with your parents or whatever." Like from what you're making him sound like, he's just like a happy-go-lucky. I'm happy. My kids are here. My kids' friends, and he was a part of your life and experiencing you guys grow.
Right.
And I think that it sounds to me like that he was very blessed and honored to be your father. You're the father of.
Oh yeah. When my dad, like, there were times that my dad was in prison and we didn't get to see him for long periods of time, but anytime he was there, he always made the best of it. I mean, he'd even take us to work with him and show us how to work. Like, he taught me how to spot nails first off, and, I loved it. I loved like adventures at his job, like seeing the houses that he's helped building or whatever, and I loved it.
I want to throw in right quick. I don't remember. I think it was the Tragedy Pimp Squad when they went up there. Somehow, some way, somebody called CPS for the billionth time on the man because he had his boys, I believe, at a construction site. Those are his boys, which are way younger than this woman. This is his daughter. Some morons that have been led by Benny Keys, someone who's taken dick up the asshole, or Josh, who we'll get to him in just 1 second, or one of these terrific YouTubers out here, just the the upper echelons of your community have just manipulated your brain. One of these morons called CPS because the man took his kids to work with him. This is his daughter.
All right, I was outside having a smoke, and I didn't want to put that part in there because I just don't want drama, And I will say this: White Boy Lockdown Radio, it would be nice if you could cover these things, without that extra, extra. We'll just call it extra because. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. He doesn't cover summer, so whatever. I mean, he did this, so thankful for it. But you don't need to disparage people, which a lot of this was pretty messed up. But sorry. So let me skip to the next part. Okay. He talks for a little bit here.
Very hands-on. He even did the whole
Zero. Why he's incarcerated. I mean, I'll be
really imagine that
but
I mean, I'll be very bad. Just an evil man. Like, I want to be the boogeyman a little bit. Can we share the love?
Oh, okay.
So he was definitely very hands-on. He even did the whole let's take my kids to work day. And oh my gosh, I used to love that when I did it with my dad too. So I can only imagine that you were probably over the hills excited.
Oh yeah.
There are some allegations going. I've heard a lot of mixed things about this over the past 2 years or so, but I never got involved in talking about any of it because I didn't have the facts to base anything that I said on. I can give my opinions, but that doesn't make it the truth. So you would like to speak on this a little bit. You told me just to help your dad and let everybody understand, coming from his daughter's mouth, that, you know, what the situation actually was.
So Dana says it's a breath of fresh air hearing this from his daughter. I pray she's being honest for Summer's sake. Yeah, me too. And it makes me feel like, you know, there's always a little bit of doubt, right? But you never know if someone's being truthful. And I don't know Margie from Joe Schmo, right? But she sounds to be, you know, pretty open about her experience with her father. And maybe he wasn't the perfect dad, but she acts like he was perfect for her. So that's really, I mean, it's her words, and we haven't heard anything like this. No one's really ever spoke out in support of Don like that except for Pam. So Pam and Margie have a different, Sonia, his sister Sonia as well. I can't leave her out. She also has a lot of positive things to say about Don. So Pam, Margie, I don't know about Don the third, but Sonia, they all had nice things to say about him. Whereas you can see other people in the family that did not have anything kind to say. So it is a breath of fresh air, Dana. It is nice to hear. And yeah, we hope that it's the truth. Good morning, Cotton Candy. How are you? She does sound sincere. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Okay. And my wrench, I hid you from my channel. I thought that you were cool. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but a creator hoe? I'm a creator hoe? What exactly is a creator hoe? I'm sitting here trying to do something. Creator hoe. Okay. Yeah, sure. If that's what you want me to be, I'll be whatever you want me to be in your own mind, this fictitious person you've made up of me. Yep.
So I'm gonna let you take over and tell us about that.
Let me back this up.
There are, I never got involved in talking about any of it because I didn't have the facts to base anything that I said on. I can give my opinions, but that doesn't make it the truth. So you would like to speak on this a little bit. You told me just to help your dad and let everybody understand, coming from his daughter's mouth, that, you know, what the situation actually was. So I'm gonna let you take over and tell us about that.
They were saying it was happening when I was 3 years old. When I was 3, I was living with my mother, and I can't remember exactly who all was living with us at the time, but
she says she can't remember all who was living with her at the time. So it sounds like they had a lot of people in and out. Like maybe in their household, Pam and Don had a revolving door type thing. Like it seems to be up on the hill, right? Blessings. Thank you so much. Member for 14 months. Oh my gosh. Thank you for loving Summer. You never have to thank me for loving Summer. I never thought in a million years that I would care about a child that I don't know and I've never even laid eyes on in real life like I do about her. It's quite amazing. But I do love Summer. No thanks necessary. Thank you all for loving Summer. You guys are here every time. The faces have not changed over the course of her disappearance. And I look at my chat and I see you all here. And thank you for your love for Summer. I hope she can see it one day.
I do know at the time I was being molested by 3 different people.
Okay, so here, this is where she tells you She has had multiple experiences of being violated sexually, but it's not by her father. This is from her account. Let me just rewind it a little bit. Now, let's see.
A little bit, you told me just to help your dad and let everybody understand, coming from his daughter's mouth, that,
Yes.
you know, what the situation actually was. So
Right.
I'm gonna let you take over and tell us about that.
They're saying it was happening when I was 3 years old. When I was 3, I was living with my mother, and I can't remember exactly who all was living with us at the time, but I do know at the time I was being molested by 3 different people. I was being molested by a half brother of mine, a foster brother that my mom adopted off the street, and a family member from my step aunt's side of the family.
Okay. So here it becomes very clear. Pam let somebody into the household that wasn't, you know, family. I don't know if maybe, you know, how some people just let whoever come in and out and stay in their house. And sounds like whoever Pam let in ended up hurting Margie. So great job, Pam. Great job.
Yeah, his name was JR. I guess he's Debbie's son or something like that. That'd be Mary and Jenny, whatever her name is.
I'm gonna replay this. I'm gonna replay this. So Noelle took it to a little bit longer than I thought she was gonna do. Again, I'm at work. I trust her, and she actually did pretty good questions. But I want to repeat one thing. Why we're here, what this live is about, is Moron Lab. Josh Lab, the coward. He still hasn't hit a link. Fat, pudgy cheeks. No, it's not an African-American penis in his mouth on a thumbnail. It's a microphone. Okay, the microphone. The fuck boy, the pussy boy. The pussy
All
boy.
right.
You know,
It's actually unfortunate that he had to do this in during this interview. Margie's interview is so important, and I mean, he can conduct his shit the way he wants, but it just sucks that it was riddled with drama. Like, I know that's what he does on his channel, though, so I mean, it's not like he claims to just stay focused on what he's being told or whatever. I guess I'm just a little picky, that's all.
he does that to a subscriber. We'll get into it. 1 second, please. One thing at a time, people. Let's not get too far ahead of each other. But here's the thing. This is the person they're talking about. This is the person they're talking about. What she told me was in 93, 4, whatever the year was, no, her dad did not do anything like that. But verbatim, if I was to contact CPS or somebody, it would be on blank, blank, 4 blanks.
That Jeannie, and years ago.
All right, so now we're going to get into, hey, Mel, hold on 1 second. Let me see what you wrote. I admit I was wrong earlier. I'm not proud to claim wrongdoing. Regardless, my opinion matters. Absolutely. And I will never tell you any different, that your opinion doesn't matter. I respect you a great deal. I just want to make sure that I control the atmosphere is all, Maleficent. And it's only from just like my experience here. So I actually probably owe you an apology also, because I was like, you know, pretty abrasive in the moment, because I get freaked out about it. So it's like my own anxiety, right? I don't want anything to get out of control. So in my own way, like I have my own anxiety about this kind of stuff. And then I react like, whoa, 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 because I don't want it to go too far, right? So I don't try to diminish your opinion, because we all have the very same doubt you do, right? There's a little bit of doubt. We don't know, Margie. We don't know if this story is true. So we're going to have like 2% doubt, 10%, 20, whatever it might be. Some people may have 80% doubt or 95%. That's totally fine. But I just wanted to make sure that, like, when it comes into the chat, because you might not realize, like, people don't realize the second someone comes in and says something, you see like the domino effect, right? And your comment wasn't bad at all, but other people will see it. And I try to like prevent that. Maybe I shouldn't do that, but it's just a me thing. I got to work on it. So my apologies, Maleficent. I wasn't trying to upset you. It's just an upsetting situation in general, all of it, you know, it's difficult to cover, but I mean, it's okay. I don't want you to ever feel uncomfortable here, nor do I want anyone feeling like they can't have an opinion. But I do try to be real careful with this subject is all. So the subject itself is the stressful part, not you, not your comment, not, I do have anxiety about this kind of stuff and I don't talk about it. That's something that I just hide away. And, yeah, so I do struggle in my own ways, and it comes out on my stream so you can kind of see what gives me that reaction where I get a little nervous or whatever. So that's that's a me problem, and I know that. I admit that. So sorry I was rude to you. I didn't mean to be. Hold on one sec. Let me keep playing. Thank you for coming back in here. I see. That's why I respect you, for real.
4 likes. That's it.
Okay, let's see. Hold on. I think he starts right here back.
You no longer have contact with that family, with the CS Depp family.
I have not talked to them. I have not talked to any of them besides Jenny or Jeannie and Trish and all them. They were about probably, I want to say about 10 years ago.
So 10 years, you would like to speak on this a little bit.
Jeannie and Trish and all them off the street, and a family member from my step aunt's side of the family. Yeah, his name was JR. I guess he's Debbie's son or something like that. That'd be Mary and Jenny, whatever her name is.
So you no longer have contact with that family, with the CS Depp family.
I have not talked to them. I have not talked to any of them besides Jenny or Jeannie and Trish and all them. They were about probably, I want to say about 10 years ago.
So 10 years ago, that's a long time. So it's safe to say that you pretty much separated your core.
Yeah, I have not talked to them in years. The only one I can ever remember ever actually talking to was Jeannie, and that's because she had 3 kids.
Wow.
And honestly, I don't ever remember any of being nice to me at all. So.
All right. So this is where, like, you have to understand, and I was thinking this while I was picking up my living room this morning and listening. The family has its own issues, right? And it's so sad that they came here. Like, I don't mean the people themselves. It's so sad that the issues came here to the internet, right? Because who the heck wants their family arguments or dysfunction on display for the world to see? Nobody. No one would want that. So you can hear that Margie has these feelings about Jeannie or she calls them the other side of the family. I'm sure there's a lot of history there. So, yeah, it's just difficult is all.
I don't know why I would have tried to talk to them about it. I think I would have talked to my Aunt Sonia before I would have talked to them.
Now, this is the thing. Aunt Sonia is married to a sex offender. That I don't understand. The last person that I would want to confide in, and I'm only being fair, about sexual abuse would be a woman married to an actual registered sex offender. And he is. Sonia Sessions is her name. Her husband is a registered sex offender. Now, Margie said she'd feel I shouldn't make it so that Sonia is, her husband, because she's not, but she's married to him and chooses to be married to him. That to me is, I see them as one. Okay. If you're married to a sex offender, then you're on the registry too, in my opinion. So, or if you choose to live with one, like Dolly Vision, yeah, then you're one too. That's where I stick you. But maybe I'm not a fair person. I think I am. So I don't understand that part. Now, maybe her husband wasn't in the picture at the time. I'm not sure. She may be a very comforting person for her to talk to, but the last person I would turn to would be someone who's married to an actual predator. Weird. That's just my opinion, right?
Did you tell your dad about what was going on?
At the time, probably not. He does know now. Now that I'm more able to open up about it, because back then, I was too scared to talk to people.
I'm sure they probably made you feel intimidated to say anything also.
Yeah.
It's very sad. Now, these allegations about this CPS case are made towards your dad. They're saying that Don Wells is the one that was doing all of these things to you. In fact, you're saying that it was not your father, it was these other three people. I won't even call them humans because they left humans. Do you know the whereabouts of your dad? I know it a long time ago. It's probably a hard question, but was he home? Was he incarcerated? Or?
I can't really say for sure. He was in one of three places, which was either prison, halfway house, or he was living with us, or living around somewhere.
Okay. Did you always reside pretty close, like a close proximity to your dad's house?
Well, my dad never lived outside of our house, other than prison and halfway house that I can remember. But if he did live anywhere else, it probably would have been his dad's house or something like that.
Mm-hmm. So as of right now, we are saying that your father, your father, in absolutely no way at all has ever done anything to hurt you or violate you.
No way at all.
Okay, so she asks her if Don has ever hurt or violated her. She says no way at all. It was very quick, no way at all. Now, Dukester, I want to read your comment. Don Wells is her father. She is going to be loyal to him. She is not happy that her aunts have brought out things about him that are unsavory. Of course, she's going to have animosity. Sure, naturally, right, Dukester? And what they experienced with Don may not be what Margie experienced. Okay. It may not be, because she's a daughter. So I wish that I knew her better. I wish that I knew for sure what the deal was, but I want to take what she says for what it's worth. And what it's worth to me is, and I just worry because if she's not being honest, then we don't truly know, right? But it's better than nothing, and confirmation that this woman is saying Don never violated her, never sexually abused her, did not touch her inappropriately, did not rape her. And that's worth everything to know, because she's the only other daughter besides Summer. So that would mean something to me. I know it would mean something to all of you guys too. And it's kind of, it's a rare that we hear things like, we don't usually hear things like this. Now, she could be protecting her dad. She could have very well have a horrible story, but she's never going to tell. That could be true. But if what she's saying is true, do you know what amazing news that is for Summer, especially on the heels of what we've been hearing for the last, I don't know, even the last couple weeks. Things have been really heated up when it comes to the sexual assault and rape subject. So in my opinion, this is a positive thing. Her speaking is a positive thing. I'm appreciative of this interview because that's Summer's half sister. And her voice matters, but so doesn't Jeannie's voice. So doesn't Mary's voice. So doesn't Trisha's voice. So doesn't Candace's voice. Candace Harrer. All their voices matter. These people, like, we all have our own opinions or whatever. But at the end of the day, we finally get to hear from Margie. And that's a piece that could bring a lot of solace to people, a lot of comfort and relief. I just hope it's real. That's all. I want to, like, really, I just hope it's real is my feeling. Because of course, you know, I have like a little bit of doubt, just like anybody else, because you never know. But it makes me feel positive about Summer not being hurt by Don. And maybe it will even help lessen all of the things that are being said about Summer in that way, hopefully. Yeah.
I'm apologizing right now because I know.
Oh, he privated it. So he doesn't want me to listen to Margie. That's okay, because I have it. See, this is very odd to me. This is really odd to me. Okay, I'm going to pin that instead of his link. So I'm going to go up top. That's the link to my StreamYard. White boy, you're welcome to come up here and tell me why you just shut that interview down on me. I've been nothing but respectful, and so as in my chat. We're here for Summer. So why would he I have no idea, Lil Wing. He wants clicks. He's going to get them off of me. And I don't even care because I'm more concerned about this and what's going on with Summer. So shit, I don't know why he would private it. And if he wants clicks, he'd be getting more views because I'm sitting here with 500 people watching. So why not just, I don't get, does he not want people to hear this? It's on just his, Mamita. I don't want any, please do not, this stream has gone so well and there's not been a single negative. I have removed negative comments about him in here. There's not been a single one. So everyone just stay cool. I have the rest. Okay. Just hold on a minute. It's impossible around this place to fucking help Summer. It really is. It really fucking is. Anybody who tries to really help has to be fucking shut. Jody does this. This is what Jody does. Jody privates the streams. There's no reason for a white boy to do that. Not at all. Hold on. So where was I here? I can't even play them because my cloud storage is all fucked up right now on my new phone. I have to switch over my debit card to my new phone, so I can't even play the rest. So it's all good. That's fine. So we heard most of it, and we heard what Margie said for the most part. You think it was enough? I think you guys get the picture anyway. Please take a second. Oh, don't worry about the likes. I never ask for likes over here. Another adult failing summer. It's just like, but he's not here for summer. He's only here to just, I think more so to like see what creator he can get attention off of. I'm here for summer. I don't care what he's here for. It doesn't matter to me. So Margie's voice is going to be silenced now by the very person. So you know what I'm going to do, which I never normally do, and I'm going to do it right now, is I'm going to reach out to Margie myself. Because I'd like to talk to her. Hold on. I'm going to send the message right now. I don't ever message people either. Don't be sorry. It's all good. It's back. It's back. All right. Are you sure? All right. Hold on. Let me see. I'm still going to message Margie anyway, though, because I already started writing. But where is it? Spoke with Dom. Okay, now it's back. I don't know why he would do that. Thank you for putting it back up. I mean, it's for summer. Nobody has been disrespectful at all here. At all. Like, there's no reason to do that. All right. Please read my first comment. Okay, give me a second. Sorry, I wasn't okay, hold on. Let me catch up with my chat. Okay. Oh, Damaged Goods is here. All right, hold on one sec. I see you guys. I wasn't looking in my chat. I can't. Where? I don't see her. Damaged Goods is in here. Why don't I see her in my StreamYard? Yes, thanks, White Boy. It's important to us. Yes. Where is she? I don't see her. She's not blocked on my channel. Hold on. Hold the phone. Let me see if I can see her in my own chat, like under I would not block her, so I don't know why I can't see her. That's odd. Damaged Goods, if you're in here, I can't see you in my chat. You're welcome to click that link. You don't have to, but what is she saying, you guys? I don't know. And usually people show up on StreamYard even if they're blocked. So why can't I see her on StreamYard? Let me make sure she's not in my Google block list. The heck? So hold on. She's right under my comment. Yeah, I don't see her. Hold on. I'll log in under I'll go in my Sassafras account real quick before I do anything so I can read. She's sorry about, okay, no problem. Listen, I get it. I totally do. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they might have just woke up and thought something wrong was happening. I'm not sure. That could totally be. But no, like, the most respect here today because it's about summer and it's about really serious topics. All right. She said, hey, LOL. I'm sorry about that. It's all good. It's all good. Oh, it was an accident? Oh, I thought she did it on purpose. All right. It wasn't intentional. All right. I thought it was. I'm like, why would he do that? I thought it was out on private so she could share it to her community page. Okay. Thank you, Keller Looks. I got to figure out why she's blocked, though. I've never even had a problem with damaged goods to have her blocked. Oh, and by the way, I don't know if you saw the beginning, but I did probably compliment the fuck out of you, damaged goods. You did a great job with this interview all the way. You really did such a wonderful job. Appreciate it very much. I think that she handled this impeccable. All right.
Now they know that's probably
Thank you.
About, especially knowing that we're doing the recording.
Very much appreciated. I think it's just about done, but I want to make sure that we get it all. Okay. Let me just see here. He's not talking, so I want to just back it up a tiny bit so we don't forget, because that little spat just probably made us all forget what was said right before. Hold on.
Back then, I was too scared to talk to people.
Okay.
I'm sure they probably made you feel intimidated to say anything also.
Yeah.
That's right.
So here is this is the kind of stuff that I would say is totally family business. If Margie doesn't get along with certain sisters, or sisters don't get along with her, which I don't know, and I would never get into, it's not my business. But at this point, we've, been watching and listening for so long that we know that there's a very high level of dysfunction in the family. And I don't mean like just a couple people. It's a very big family, and there's a lot of stuff going on. So naturally, and especially with women, I'd imagine, there's going to be friction with people, especially with a daughter, right? If Aunt Susie says dad did something, the daughter's going to have her claws out. I mean, geez, daughters love their dads, of course. So that's understandable, right? I can understand that part. It's too bad that there's not been communication with them, because they'd probably, I've always thought that the three, Trish, Jeannie, and Mary, are sweethearts, and I think they could. I see when Mary talks about Don, even though she feels hurt by him, she still calls him Donnie. She's adornment, right? She does have love for him. And I always thought that was dysfunctional. I'm like, how can you love somebody or care about somebody when they've hurt you like this, right? Like, I don't understand that, because I'm the type of person that will not forgive certain things. That's one of them. So like when I say Mary has a good heart, I truly mean that, because I could never forgive something like that. So that's just the way I feel. Was trying to get Tiam's attention to let her know you were here. Hey, Mystic. DW Sisters. Okay, so TLG, let's let me read this real quick, okay? DW Sisters started all this and got the attention to them. I feel better for Summer for sure. Too bad they brought all the drama to Summer and family. Now, TLG, I would like to, if you don't mind, just say something. And I can't make other people's minds up for them. And I don't know if you were here in the beginning, but in a nutshell, I think it's important to know they came forward very gently. All right. Jeannie went to True Crime Sisters, wrote to them, True Crime Sisters, which is a really great group. They put out the information. Jeannie was very worried that there might have been heightened risk for Summer. That's an absolutely normal worry to have. So when she spoke out, she did so from a mother's heart, And she did so to protect Summer if, God forbid, there might be a pattern that she felt. And I want you to know, because I know you just came in here and said that, like, you didn't like me before, but you really like listening to me now. And like, we might not, we might not see eye to eye on things, and you don't have to think like me, but I just want to tell you from my point of view, because I was there when, and I don't talk about my private communications with Jeannie or Trish or Mary. I keep those quiet and behind the scenes. I don't ever say, oh, I talked to Trish yesterday or I talked to Jeannie last week. It's no one's business. But I will say this, the greatest worry I think Jeannie has had since coming forward is feeling like she did something wrong because people made her feel like she shouldn't have spoken up. And that in itself is rape culture. I need you to hear me when I say that. It is rape culture. Jeannie spoke out for Summer. Mary spoke out for Summer. Trish spoke out for Summer. And anybody who says they did that for attention and to put the attention on them and to take it off Summer is absolutely wrong. You can blame certain creators for the mess that's been caused here. Certain creators that have just latched on to the parts of this when it hadn't been discussed in months because people got bored. So TLG, what I'm trying to say to you is, I get that. I get the way it looks to some people, but I also see who starts the stuff, okay? I see how certain creators will decide on a whim. We're going to talk about Don and his sisters today because nothing's going on. So this is a trend. It's been going on and on. People use them all the time. There's one person in particular that has just exploited the ever-living fuck out of them. But I don't say anything about that either, for the most part. Please blame those people, not the victims, not the ones that were strong enough to use their voice and come forward, because that is so counterproductive to what we do here and what we're supposed to be doing here. And if we're going to help, how are we going to help if we're going to blame people for speaking out? We can't do that. And I feel that in my heart, I know Jeannie doesn't want to take attention away from Summer at all. She actually wanted to disappear so no attention would be taken away from Summer. She's a very humble woman. I've spoken to her in private over the course of, the last, year and a half or so. Very humble woman. She's very sensitive, very sincere, and very genuine. Trish also as well. Blame the creators who are baiting people to come on their panels, using them for content to come talk about it. Please don't blame them. I hold a level of responsibility for some of the way that some of this went, with trusting in somebody I thought could not exploit them and wouldn't exploit them. And that is a problem for me. So I just humbly ask that you do take into consideration that they have been exploited here. And it breaks my heart, literally. And it upsets me every time I think about it. And I'm also mad at myself for it. So with that being said, let me finish this. But please don't be upset with them. They love Summer too. And I didn't see anybody else running to TBI to let them know, hey, I don't know if this matters, but this happened to me. Do you think that a woman who never brought this up for all these years wanted to rip that wound wide open? Hell no. But that is the love of a mother. She's a mother. She's Summer's aunt. So just remember, it's not always the way it appears. You got people in the background baiting, trying to reel people in. It's disgusting. You know what I mean? So I just feel like I had to say that because a lot of people put so much pressure on them. And none of us were there. We don't know what happened. But I've always believed Jeannie. I've always believed Trish. And I've always believed Mary. I have no reason not to. Just like I have no reason not to believe Margie. Margie is no different. We treat Margie with the same level of respect. All of them. But see, if you were to, I decided I'm not going to reach out to Margie. I was in a split second irritated because he privated that thing. I'm like, you know what? I'll just reach out to her. Forget it. But this is the thing. Like, Margie's voice is hella important. She's Summer's sister. So yes, take it to TBI, not to YouTube, in my opinion. Laura Jean, absolutely. And that's why I said earlier, a lot of people are wondering if Margie was being honest. I believe she is, but of course you never know. As long as she tells TBI, it doesn't matter. It's not our business, right? If Margie knows something, or if something ever happened to Margie, the best thing she could do for her little sister is to go straight to the TBI. And she doesn't ever have to talk about this shit. She doesn't ever have to tell a soul. It's such a messy situation. So that's all. It's hard and difficult, but I hate when people judge them and think they wanted to take from Summer. It makes me want to cry, truly, because I've talked to these women and I have literally heard the pain in their voices just because they don't want to take any attention away. Like, that's a huge focus for all of them, is not taking from Summer. So I hope people understand just even a little bit of that. It wasn't their intention. I promise you it wasn't. I know that for sure, because, and this is the last thing I'll say about it. When I said, and I won't even say who I said it to, when I said to one particular person that they could trust one particular creator, I really believed they could. I'm not saying that creator is a bad person. I just really feel bad for telling them, no, you can trust this person. They're not going to steer you wrong. They're not going to do, anything to hurt you or whatever. I had no right to say that. And I've learned from that mistake for sure, because I'll never forget being told, no, we're good with just you. Like, we don't want to go any further. And I need you guys to hear what I'm saying, because this was a real conversation and it really happened. And that is what was said to me. No, we're good. We don't want to go any further. It's all set. Like, we're just happy with the way, it's out there, and that's all. And I was like, no, you can really, they'll take care of you. So listen, it's a lot more than meets the eye, is what I'm trying to say. Guys, just always protect your biggest hurts, because people love to exploit them here, is all. And for whatever reason. And it doesn't even have to be malicious. It might just be a greed thing, or a money thing, or a view thing, or whatever. But people don't take into consideration that these are real human beings that actually, like, when the stream is over, and I've seen, yeah, she does sound sweet, Annabella. Margie does. She does. Like, when the stream is over, who's going to fix things? Like, who's going to step up and take care of shit? Do you know how many times I watch them get torn apart after sitting on a panel? Trying to, for a week, they get drugged to hell and back. Who's standing up for them? Back then, nobody was. And I was sick here day after day, like trying to drill it in people's heads, right? I remember that. It sucked. It was horrible. I don't want to see any more of that ever happen to anybody. But I just feel, and I'm sorry it took so long to answer that question from TLG, but I just want to make sure that, like, I do my part in saying there's more than meets the eye, because there's a lot more than meets the eye. And I don't talk about things. I will not talk about private conversations that I have, but I will say of a minimal enough for you to know what's really in my mind, right? Hey, Christopher Larson, he says, and that's why I don't do panels. So Chris Larson refuses to do panels. And you know what, Chris? I don't blame you. That works for you. And I think just being here is stressful enough, probably. You deal with a lot of shit and you don't even go on panels. I would advise you to stay just the way you are, perfectly away from all of the, you know, oh, vey. It's so stressful, I swear. Poor Margie has probably been flooded with messages. I know, I was just thinking that. I don't need to talk to Margie. I was thinking when he privated it, I'm like, well, great. Like, geez. But thank you for not reacting. You're funny. See, Captain Abby? Because I'm like, in a split second, I'm like, I'm just going to message her. She says, thank you for not reaching out to Margie. I'm sure if she feels she needs to tell more of her story, she will reach out to who she feels comfortable with. Oh, I'm sure she will. I just wanted to make sure that her story was heard because I didn't get to finish it, but they put it back up. So it's all good. Captain Abby, are you feeling a certain way lately? Because I'm getting a weird vibe from you, actually. I was just thinking that your last comment was a little strange. You throwing shade at me today? If you're not, it's all good. I'm just questioning it. I don't know. I might be picking up the wrong vibes. Hey, Muscles. Muscles and Mascara. Make sure you tell her that you're on a live. Who? Hey, Flora May. I've been working a lot and taking care of things at home. Hey, Keith. I hope you're good. Keith, you were blocked on my channel, and I'm so sorry. I don't know who did it. It was recent, though. I got you last night. I am so sorry. You were probably in here, and I did. Where have you been, says Brainwasher. He was blocked on my channel. Keith Utzi, of all people. I've known him for like 5 years, and he was completely blocked. I've always believed Don loves his kids, and honestly, I had no clue what happened to Summer. Jax, I don't think he knows what happened to Summer. I really don't. I'm with you. And I do think he loves his kids. I don't doubt that at all. I think Candace loves her kids. It's just a different kind of love than I know, right? So, do you feel they were gaslighted, TM? Yes, Captain Abby, I do. Maybe not gaslit. No, that might not be the word. So I feel like it was treated as opportunistic. Does that make more sense? So not particularly gaslit, but taken advantage of, or okay. Also, this is the thing. I feel like they've become a tool to utilize to trigger Don. I don't agree with that. I never will. I don't like it. Using any victim to trigger a response out of Don is dangerous. identifying victims is dangerous, people have been killed over less. Do you understand what I mean? So yeah, especially when you've got a seasoned cop who knows better, straight up. Like, he knows better. He knows what can happen to women who have been raped who speak out against their rapist. If anybody knows, it's Chris McDonough. So yeah, they are used as weapons. It's disgusting. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, let me finish this.
Sad. Now, these allegations about this CPS case are made towards your dad. They're saying that Don Wells is the one that was doing all of these kinds of things to you. In fact, you're saying that it was not your.
Hold on, I was going to say something, but I'll keep playing this.
Father, it was these other three people. I won't even call them humans because they left humans. Do you know the whereabouts of your dad? I know it was a long time ago. It's probably a hard question, but was he home? Was he incarcerated? Or?
I can't really say for sure. He was in one of three places, which was either prison, halfway house, or he was living with us, or living around somewhere.
Okay. Did you always reside pretty close, like a close proximity to your dad's house?
Well, my dad never lived outside of our house other than prison and halfway house that I can remember. But if he did live anywhere else, it probably would have been his dad's house or something like that.
So as of right now, we are saying that your father, your father, in absolutely no way at all has ever done anything to hurt you or violate you.
No way at all.
When she says no way at all, I believe her. Her answer is so direct and it's very quick. No thought about it. And I mean, people can say, well, people lie all the time or whatever. It's just the feeling I get, right? I feel like if something happened, she would not be here doing this with him. She wouldn't sit there and be like, no, not at all. Everything. That's a little much after her being quiet for so long. Remember, it took her being accused of being sexually abused by her father. Same thing as what Daisy and Christine did to Summer. That's why she's speaking out. So Margie has been very quiet. She hasn't said a word. She's not spoke to anybody. She's been really, really away from all of this. So that also, to me, feels like a more genuine situation because she's not crawling out of the woodwork for no reason. She has a reason. I do believe when she says he didn't hurt her, that he didn't. Pauline says, believe her. It's her truth. It's not even I guess we put a lot of emphasis on whether we believe something or not, or it doesn't matter if we believe it, right? It matters if, first of all, it matters for Summer, of course. This is absolutely her story, and nobody should have ever told her story before she did. And I don't think she wanted to. Yes, Kasha, this was done on a White Boy Lockdown Radios last night when I was live, actually. I didn't even know what was going on. Had I known, I probably would have watched it. Margie. So Damaged Goods with No Regrets is his wife. She conducted the interview. It was recorded and he played it on his channel. So that's what we're listening to right now. But we're only listening to the parts of Margie. He did a lot of transformative content here where he does all kinds of talking and stuff. And not that I don't appreciate some of the conversation or whatever, but I wanted to condense it and not make it too long. It's already been this is a longer live than I had expected, but I started early, so it's all good. But yes, this is Margie Ward. That's Don's oldest daughter. And it's Don the third sister, Pam Wells' daughter. Yes. So this is from last night, and I will drop the link in the chat for you also. I think it's pinned, right? The link for this is pinned.
I'm apologizing right now because I know that's probably hard to talk about, especially knowing that we're doing the recording for YouTube. I know before we started recording, you expressed that you just wanted to do anything you could to help your dad, and since you were involved in this case.
Oh, she wants to come up?
You're
Does Damaged Goods want to come up? I forgot. I can't see her. Yeah, come right up if you want. I have it pinned. I just thought I had his link pinned, but I had put that up when he privated it. I was like, let me put this StreamYard link. So yeah, grab that, Damaged Goods, because I want to have a cigarette anyway. If she wants to come up here, she can come up. And then I can smoke real quick too. Here, let me keep playing this while if that's, I think she says she's welcome to come up. Absolutely. I'm playing her interview. No problem at all.
In one of three places, which would either prison, halfway house, or he was living with us, or living around somewhere.
Okay. Did you always reside pretty close, like a close proximity to your dad's house?
Well, my dad never lived outside of our house, other than prison and halfway house that I can remember.
Hold on. You know what? She's not gonna be able to see my pinned link. That's why. One of my mods has to drop that link for her. She's not going to be able to grab the link if she can't see me. For whatever reason, I can't see her. I don't know if she can see me or not, but can one of my mods drop the StreamYard link and I'll pin that one so she can see it? If you wouldn't mind, I'll replace the one I have up. That's why she can't see it. That's why she couldn't. She wants to speak out now. She feels strongly about it. Well, yeah, people are accusing this of happening to her. I would be wanting to speak out too. Shit. I don't ever smoke inside. Yeah, very rare. Seldom do I smoke inside. It's got to be like a beautiful day where all the windows can be open and no one's going to be home for hours. I don't smoke in my house unless I'm stressed out and sitting on a live stream and no one's around. But this is a no smoking home. All right, let me keep going here.
But if he did live anywhere else, it probably would have been his dad's house or something like that.
So as of right now, we are saying that your father, your father, in absolutely zero way, no way at all, has ever done anything to hurt you or violate you.
No way at all.
I'm apologizing right now because I know it's probably hard to talk about, especially knowing that we're doing the recording for YouTube. I know.
Oh, I think. Hold on a second. Is she here? Yeah, she is. Let me add her. Hey, Damaged Goods. How are you?
Hi. I am so sorry.
Don't worry about it. It's so good. I got all freaked out and I was like, I'm just going to message her. I never message anybody when it comes to this case. I was like, I'm just going to message Margie myself. I got so frustrated. It's okay. No worries.
I watch you. I know you haven't seen it in the chat. I think you said I may or may not be blocked, but
I can't see you. Can you?
I don't comment because I don't want to bring aggravation to this is your home, and I'm not trying to bring any trouble to your home. And I know a lot of people are whatever towards Matt and I, and it's okay. I don't care. Everybody is welcome to think and feel how they want. I respect that. It is what it is. But I apologized 100 times. He was getting ready. He privated it and went to go put it in members since it was my interview, and I was going to upload it onto my channel. I was actually loading at my computer and I got the alert that you were live. So I clicked on, as I always do, just to check out what you got going on. Yeah. And I was like, oh shit, Matt. And he's like, what? I said, she's streaming you and then you got shut off. And then I'm listening to you. I'm like, really, man? I'm like, we always have the worst timing. And he goes, what should I do? I said, make it public and I'm going to apologize. So it was not intentional. I promise you that it wasn't. I've never had an issue with that with you at all, and you know that. So it wasn't meant to be spiteful. It was just an honest bad timing, whatever, on our part.
Don't worry about it at all, because like honestly, like I was thinking, all right, he doesn't want me to play, right? And I get that a lot, right? We all deal with that kind of stuff, but
yeah.
I was the first thing I said was, because there's no way to do this without saying, please don't comment on the creator I'm sharing. Like I really do use people's content over here that sometimes I don't get along with somebody, but if it has to do with Summer, the utmost respect for whoever I'm streaming. Do you know what I mean? Like there's not going to be in here. So
I mean, you can't, even if you wanted to stop it, you can't. And it's not like you're doing it in a, like a negative, harmful way. You're just trying to share what Margie wanted shared. So, I mean, more power to you for even, considering streaming him when you guys have had issues.
It's such an important topic. And this is the thing. It's a missing piece, I feel, when it comes to the accounts that we've heard over the last several years, right? We have not heard many people come out and say positive things. So, and for me to hear Don Wells' eldest daughter say he's never hurt her, especially sexually,
right,
means so much to Summer, because I feel in my heart, like when I hear Don talk about Summer, I don't feel he hurt her like that. I don't
either.
And if he did it to others, it doesn't mean he did it to Summer. And we've been dealing with people putting this on Summer for so long. So Margie is now dealing what Summer has going on online. But because Summer's missing and she's a child, she's not protected. She doesn't have a voice to protect herself,
I'm not sure how far you are into it. I know he stops at one point to stream some other knucklehead video or thing, and then I told him, like, dude, everybody wants to hear the rest of the interview about what Margie said, so can you just go back to that? And he switches back almost immediately, because nobody cared about the other thing he was playing at the time. But it's a 29-minute phone call interview with her, and
are you going to put it out in one piece? Are you going to put it out in one piece on your channel, do you think? Are you going to
I am, yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
I was actually getting ready to do it, and then I saw you were live, and I was like, stop right now. And I said in the chat, when you're done streaming, then I'll upload it to my channel. This way, you'll have it, everybody will see it, and then I'll just put it up on mine later on.
Well, I can link that in my description so people can have the actual without any commentary at all. Do you know what I mean? Like I'll put in my description, I'll put this link, and then I could put your link with the actual, like you're going to put in one piece. I'll put your link too.
Yeah, I'm just going to play the whole thing and let it ride out, and then I'll just end it. So it's, there's no need for any commentary, I didn't think, but he does his thing.
No, well, I do commentary on stuff all the time because there's so much to refer back to.
Right.
So like when I'm going over something, even if I do commentary, I'll still put it out in one piece later anyway, so that it's there, no interruptions. People don't have to weed through your,
Right. No, I get it. So it's 29 minutes. I did touch on a few things that I kind of had to be gentle about how I asked. I did ask about Summer. I asked about the two boys that are in foster care. I did ask, about how he was. Does she suspect that he was wrong or just negative towards any of the other kids? And she does answer them as best she can. She's actually quite funny. She said that she had just learned about this. I don't know if you heard that part yet, but she said she just heard about it, and she wants to clear her dad's name, and that's why she called me, because she doesn't even want it, like her husband doesn't want her on YouTube or anything because they've been attacked so viciously. So she wanted to just do the call interview. That's why she asked me if to record it so that her face wasn't up. But we have a couple more calls coming on to do. She's going to go over the property where Summer was last seen, and a different video as well. But if you want, I can give her your email It's
No,
up to
no,
you, though. I
listen,
would never
it's
give
all,
your information out without your permission first.
you don't even need to do that. I got flustered when he took it down, and I'm like, you know what? I'll just message her myself. Like I was so frustrated, right? But then when he put it back up, that goes away, right? I don't reach out to people. I was just saying that too. I always say they can come to me if they, because I would never want to impose myself upon somebody and like ask for them to talk, and then it's because I wanted them to. Like, you know, I always like when people come and ask me. So
Right.
that's kind of the way that I handle. You don't have to give her my email at all. I prefer not to get involved, like, you know, too much. But can you say what you said just before that again? Because you said it so quickly, but there was a lot there. So you said that something about her just finding out about what? About this situation?
About these rape allegations or
Okay.
the sexual assault. She said she had never heard that anybody was saying her father did this to her. And she does name the three people in towards the end, what their names are, which I thought was very brave because she didn't have to do that.
Right.
And like she is gonna say how when she did live with Don and Candace, she was explaining to me off of this recording about the property, and I asked her if we could do another call in the future so she can explain the house, how it's set up from her experience, and just kind of give it, you know, her insight, because she said if Candace was where she said she was and Summer left out the back basement side door, there would have been no way for anybody to even see her outside. So she wants to give a little insight on how the house and property is set up as well in a future phone call.
So Margie said that? Margie did?
Yes, ma'am.
Really? So did she say when the last time she had been over to the Wells? Has she ever met Summer? Did she say?
She didn't say anything about that, but she did say that it had been a long time since she'd
A long
seen
time.
them.
Yeah, I think she said 11 years, or was she talking about someone
Yeah,
else?
she said it was about 11 years.
Okay.
But
Oh,
then she
yes.
does go on to say that when I had asked about the kids and I did say, do you think that he deserves to get his boys back? And she said, yeah, because he's lost the light. He's not his normal self anymore, which I mean, any parent can imagine if you lose one or three or any amount of kids, you know, it kills you as a parent. And she really does think that he needs them back in his life because he's not that person. He's just not the man that she's always known him to be.
That's interesting. Okay. So and I think that her voice is very important, just so you know, damn it. Like, I feel that and I said this before, she's Summer's half sister. She is the only other sister. I mean, Don has 2 daughters. It's Summer. So her voice matters, you know, but I don't want to see her getting attacked by anybody. I want her to have, you know, respect, just like I would want respect for any other person. Like, so did she say who was attacking her? Did she confide in you about, you don't have to say who, but
yeah, she'll tell you towards the end. She does mention the names.
Okay. It is.
I do apologize. It is it's a longer call than I expected it to be, but I had literally been doing laundry. My head was in the stupid dryer, pulling clothes out. And my husband calls and says, Margie, Don's daughter is going to call you. And then within a minute and a half, 2 minutes later, my phone, I'm getting a beep and I'm just like, oh crap, I'm not prepared. I had nothing written down, and I like to try to, you know, be prepared. So before we recorded, I asked her if anything was off limits. She said, no, not really. She'll talk about whatever. And so at one point I said, I'm going to ask you something, and if you don't want to comment on it, just say, you know, I'm not comfortable, whatever, and we'll just move on. It's not a problem. But yeah, she handled everything very, very well. She's a very nice lady.
Great. I'm so glad. And you did such a great job.
Thanks. I had no preparation time. I was like, do you understand what you're doing to me? I have no time to prepare. My anxiety.
No, I was saying earlier, you seem to be very well prepared and knowledgeable. You've been following Summer's case a lot, or?
I did on and off for a long time, and I kept falling down different paths, and
yeah.
I really got disgusted because there were just so many things being said about so many different situations. And, you know, a lot of what you hear and learn, you're going to hear and learn it off of other YouTubers. Because before this, how many people ever even knew about the Wells family, you know? So it's kind of like, do you believe what's being said? Don't you believe what's being said? Is there any facts behind this? At one point I mentioned how Jody Sue said that they were sedating the children and that questionable things may or may not have been happening. And if she has anything to say about that or any input, she said, when I lived there, I never saw anything like that. Nothing happened to her or anybody else while she was there.
Okay.
So, you know, I did ask a couple questions that I wasn't really sure if I should ask, but I figured it's important to get out. And I'm like, you know, a neighbor said it. I was like, you know what, screw that. It was Jody Sue, and I can't stand her. So she's the one that said this. What do you have to say about that? And
yeah, that was the comment that really changed everything for me. I was very supportive of Jody Sue, and until she said that drugs were coming out of her house and being given to the children to be touched on Ben Hill. I mean, that was if there ever was an end all be all to anything here, that was it. She did herself in. I couldn't even see straight when I heard that. And it was really a very important moment that seemed to be just, you know, brushed right off by the person who said it, as if, and then saying they didn't say it, or no, it was just about weed, but she said anything other than weed, right? So you've got a neighbor who's saying that the children were being sedated using drugs that came out of her own home. And in order to know that, now it might not even be true, but in order to know that, that means she had knowledge of this happening.
That makes her just as guilty as the people that were doing it. And she also said that her boyfriend didn't close out his search history, and when she opened the laptop, he was looking at child pornography. The live is up. I don't even know which one it is, but I can have my husband find it. It's on his, and I don't go through all of his crap. I just don't care. I don't go through anything. And it's there. Find it, but I can find it and send you the link if you want it. She had actually mentioned, Jody Sue mentioned this on Matt's Live, that she found the child pornography on the boyfriend's laptop, that she witnessed them giving the kids sedatives, and then they were doing horrible things. And I just went crazy and just snapped on this woman. And you know, everyone was just like, thank God somebody is willing to say all of the things that we are thinking, because Matt had said, everybody be respectful. Well, you know what? I'm your wife, and I don't care if you like it, love it, or hate it. If I have something to say, I'm going to freaking say it. And this woman's a piece of crap. I don't want to cuss on your panel. I apologize. So I just went off on her. And then everyone was saying a lot of things about you. And I defended you because you were helping her. You were, for a very long time, a big supporter of Jody Sue. And what broke that deal with you and her was when I think it was an accident. Like, she accidentally mentioned that she had witnessed them sedating the children. And I'm just like, that's when Tiffany said the same things that I'm saying. That's when she felt the same way I'm feeling. That woman is just as guilty. You may not have given those pills to those kids, but by knowing it was happening, you allowed it to happen, and you should go to jail too, as far as I'm concerned. That is a child, for God's sakes. Damn dog. Well, I have to let my dog on the porch. She doesn't like to be alone. Come on, girl. Let's go. Whisper. Come on, you big baby. I know. Big girl. I know. Big girl. You're just slobber. Yeah, I don't know. Are you muted?
No.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
I can now. If you were talking until just now, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, that's okay. I was talking to someone in my chat. Just 1 second.
Okay.
So, Charlene, I have not seen Summer's birth certificate. I don't know that her last name was Bly on the birth certificate because the TBI, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, have all stated Summer's name as Summer Utah Wells for the last almost 2 years. So I just don't want that to come into my chat and spread through the community like wildfire because we don't know that to be true is all. So I want to just clear that up real quick. So how did you feel about the interview with Margie? I like I said, you did a really good job. I thought you were really kind to her.
I think that she did a great job. And with her saying that, her and her husband agreed to stay away from YouTube because of all the attacks that they were getting in other ways, I guess emails or on other platform messages and whatnot. I'm not really sure. She didn't go into it as far as how she was receiving the threats and the negativity. But she said, I just learned about this, and I really just think it's important to clear my dad's name because he's going through enough, and the last thing he needs is all this coming out when it's not true. Okay. And then I did ask her if there was any paperwork or any kind of investigation filed against her father at that point, and I do believe she said that she doesn't remember, but then again, she was also 3 at the time, which she's about 23, 24-ish now. Okay. So she's just now talking about it. And she said that she'd never told her dad until just recently about what had happened to her. Also, she says that her dad pretty much lived with them or close to them for most of her life. And he was just always just a great dad. I mean, at the end of the interview, she actually describes him as like Tim the tool guy. Like he can fix everything and he's funny, happy-go-lucky. Just don't let him cook for you because he's going to destroy his food, So she has nothing but really like, it makes you laugh and smile because you just think of like a really normal, happy, like even your dad, like the things that your dad may have done with you or things my dad may have done. And I said that, I'm like, minus the drug issue, my dad sounds just like yours. He was happy to be involved with us. They wanted to have us all there. And when I say us, I mean myself and all my friends, because we were all safe and we were all at somebody else's house all the time with parents. And, she made it sound like her dad is really, really just very attentive and lucky and happy to be, her dad and be a parent and to have the kids and her friends around. So I think she did a great job. She didn't have to come out, but she just felt like it was not fair because Dawn's going through so much. And to have this come out, she said, I couldn't help it. I just had to talk about it. So
well, I think she has every right to talk. I mean, geez, it's about her, right? And that's the thing. And I last night when I had heard somebody had said Margie was on white boy lockdowns, and I was like, really? Let me go see. How did I miss that? And it said 3 hours ago. So I listened to that last night, and then I finished it this morning, almost all of it. I want to read what Jeannie said. Jeannie's here. Jeannie, we love you. She said, Margie is an amazing, resilient young woman. I have nothing but respect for her. And I want to make sure that people hear that because that's important for Margie to know.
Is Jeannie the step family? Yeah. Okay.
Jeannie, yep.
She's the one that Margie said she talks to out of everybody. Not often, but she's the one that she talks to, I think.
She said, did she say she talked to Jeannie? I can't remember when, but yeah, I don't think she said anything negative.
Not at all.
Not that I heard. Yeah.
She did say, I think the young man at the time, his name was JB, who would be Debbie's son, is one of the people that had done some not such nice things to her as a child.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that when she had, I think that's about as far as I had. No, because I think I played that already. Is my sound okay, guys, now? Or I know someone said it sounded like I was muted.
You sound great.
Okay. Sometimes when you have someone join the panel, the sound changes. It shifts a little bit. So that may have been why it was just adjusting or something. So let's see. Fizzle says what we just learned about DB from the Facebook. You can't count him out of that search history if it's true. Damien, yeah. So she's talking about the teen porn that was found by Jody. Fizzle is saying there wasn't just one man in the household. There was another. So she's who. Play what video? Laura, I'm in the middle of having a conversation with somebody, and I don't particularly like you, I don't think. So you're going to be blocked. No one comes in my chat and tells me how to operate my panel. Thanks. You can make a channel of your own, though. Okay.
Dad, you remind me of myself.
We're probably not that far off. I've watched you.
Well, I mean, you have had past conversations, and a while back when I fell out with Kate. Well, Marissa MGL, I call her Kate ever since her strip walking days. But she, after her and I fell out, you and I had connected a little bit. And I've never had a problem with you at all. So even like when you and Matt had that stupid nonsense go on months ago, I was still like, hey, like I have no problem with you.
Yeah,
you're welcome to come on my channel and talk. Like I don't care.
I remember that, yeah, because I think me and you were okay, but me and him weren't. And listen, I know he's got his own opinion of me, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, like I appreciate that you guys did this. It's something that needs to be heard and something that matters. Jeannie says, I haven't talked to Margie for years. So it's been quite a while since they had, Josh, he says it was my fault. I should have never brought it up. I'm very sorry again. Josh, if you need to talk, you're welcome to speak. If you need to. Is that still pinned? No one's mad at you. Please don't beat yourself up. Everything's all right. Josh is kind of being hard on himself. He said, please tell Margie I'm sorry and I can't make it up to her.
I can pass that message along if he would like me to.
Yeah, Josh is a good person. He has a reason for, and this is what I was talking about before. There's reasons for what we all do, right? We all have our own reasons for what we do. And tactics or, ideas, or this would probably be a great way to figure this out, or, and sometimes things happen on lives. And when you're live, and it happens, right? So he's sorry. Very seldom do you hear people apologize around here either. So, I mean, it's not.
I always apologize. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And if, what I do love is if I say something or have an opinion and somebody challenges it or doesn't agree with me, because that person now has an opportunity to make me think in a different way or to understand or learn something new. So I always welcome it when people tell me I'm wrong, and then I always apologize. I've given out so many live apologies. I'm not afraid of saying I'm sorry. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And if I owe you an apology, well, then you damn well deserve it.
Oh, I'll always give an apology if I feel like I owe one, always. And an apology can go a long way. And for Josh to come in and say, he's sorry and that he can't make it up to her. And that's something, right, that like as your own person, you have to carry that around with you. Like you have to, and you'll learn from it, right? But Margie sounds like a pretty nice person. And I bet that if maybe, like I said before, I don't need to talk to Margie, but maybe you could connect Josh to her in some way where he could say it himself to her. Like, hey, Margie, I'm really sorry. So they can connect or something. Do you know the lab, Damaged Goods?
I know, unfortunately, I know very little about him except for the last major event that everybody found out about on YouTube is pretty much the most I know about him.
Okay. Yeah. So,
but I don't, ever since Marissa and I fell out, I pretty much don't really do much on YouTube other than listen to music. I mod for my husband, or if I go and post or do anything, I do check in on you every here and there to see what you have going on, because I've always liked you. There's like 2 other people that I will actually check in on every now and again as well. But as far as, knowing who people are. Yeah, I know their names, but I really don't know much about them or what they talk about or their lives unless it's shoved in my face and brought to my attention.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I really, like I said, appreciate that you did that interview. However it came about, listen, it matters. That's Summer's sister, and everybody in that family, all of their voices matter. I would love to hear from more people. Do you know what I mean? Like
I have
grandma,
one other
right?
person that's coming on too. I'm not sure if they're going to come on panel or if we're going to do a recorded phone call, but there's a sister. Don Wells has two sisters. One that's, I guess, raking him through the mud, and the other who never had been on YouTube. I don't know the names, but the good sister and the bad sister is how they were referred to.
So,
and the
yeah,
good sister wants to come on and clear some, I guess, not factual information up that the other sister has been saying negatively about Don. So I have a couple of things set up with her too.
That would be, I believe, Sonia. Okay, so long ago, actually, I had just sent that. I was listening back to that the other day, which is interesting. About, I want to say, probably a good, well, it was right after, it was one of the very first lives that Cher did with Don after Jeannie had come forward, and Trish had been up. Sonia had joined a panel with Don over at Cher's, and I was listening back to that interview actually with them. That would be who they call the good sister. She's very, very supportive of Don. Completely different accounts than others. So where you've got like Margie, who says no abuse whatsoever. Sonia, she's the same way. But then you've got other women in the family who say, no, this happened. But listen, these things that it's like people don't even understand. You could have a father who only chooses one, right? The other one doesn't experience it. You hear these stories all the time. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen because it didn't happen to one sister over, right? Like that's the way I feel about it. It's just my opinion. I'm sure there's a science behind, there's probably statistics and whatnot, but we already know that just because one sister didn't experience it doesn't mean another didn't. And I guess that would be the same where I said before, it gives me hope that Margie said that this didn't happen, that hopefully it didn't happen to Summer either, because we don't want that for her. So I guess it doesn't mean that necessarily, but it does give me a little hope that if he didn't touch one daughter, he wouldn't touch the other, right?
That's what I'm hoping. I mean, I can only, this is one thing that like I always say is like, I only know what I am told, and I can't say anything other than what I'm told. I can have my own thoughts or opinions on it, but it doesn't mean that what I'm thinking or feeling is an accurate thought or feeling. So I only go by what I'm told by the person that I'm talking to, because until it's proven to be false information, I have no right to say it's not true. So I am hoping and praying that everything is completely 100% the truth, and that Don really didn't do anything. And when I had asked her about that, she said no, she didn't think that would ever happen, and that his daughters were like the light of his life. You know, he just cherished them, and she just makes him sound like just a regular run-of-the-mill dad. She doesn't make him sound like a horrible person. And even when touching on the addiction side, I had said, you know, had his little moments where he did fall back and use drugs, you know, did that cause issues? Anything negative or bad happen to you guys? Or, you know, did that affect your relationship? And she really went on and just spoke so gracefully about everything. And she literally said he would lecture her, even though she didn't do anything wrong, and telling her why she should never use drugs. And she's like, but I didn't even do it, you know, but I got the lecture because he wants you to understand just because I did it doesn't mean that it's right. And he doesn't expect you to do it. He wants you to be better than him. And I think that's every parent's dream. I always want my kids to always be better than me. And they have the chance to be amazing. Just because I wasn't doesn't mean they can't. And I feel the same way. You know, maybe Don felt the same way about his kids. You can be better than me and you should be better than me.
I think that the greatest thing you can want for your kids is for them to be a better person than you are. And I really always say, if I can raise a child that is better in all ways than me, then I'll have succeeded, right? Because you always want better than what you are, right? And I don't say that in a bad way. I say, like, I know my heart, right? I'm very like caring and I have those qualities, right? So I would always want even more for my son, right? That's a statement that a parent would make when you truly know, like, to want your children to be better people than even you are is all you can ever really ask from the world. To raise a decent child up into the world and to know that you've done a wonderful job is all a mother could ever truly ask for. You know, it's such a long journey, but it's so short too. In the blink of an eye, it's over. And I mean, the last thing anybody wants is for their child to turn out, you know, with problems or in trouble all the time or anything like that. But yeah, and Jeannie, I have to read what Jeannie said here. She said, I would love to talk to Margie, you too, TM. I think a lot of people have a misconception of my stand on all of this because I don't speak out. Mary does a lot of that, but she has a different agenda than I. Jeannie, I wrote to you in the chat. You probably answered and I didn't even see it, but I can message you anytime, or you can message me. We can set something up anytime you'd like. Just let me know what you want to do. You know, I keep it like all behind the scenes with you, but you're welcome to grab that link if you want it. If you need to speak, Jeannie, you always have a voice here, and it's sitting right there on the pinned thing. If that's what you wanted, don't even think for a second that I wouldn't welcome you onto the panel. You're always welcome here. But if you want to set something up, I will definitely hit you up right after this and we can talk or whatever at your own leisure and we'll figure it out. But yeah, Jeannie has been very quiet. Jeannie has stayed back. She really has. And I do think people have a misconception about her because, and it's not a bad thing, right? So when she says that Mary does a lot of that, she means is Mary's very vocal. She's very front and center. She's very willing to come up, chat, talk, and have conversation and, you know, shoot the shit and do her cooking and all. You know, she's got a lot going on. Jeannie, on the other hand, she's very quiet and she's very reserved. She stays to herself, you know, and she'll pop in here every once in a while. But she's very gentle. She's very quiet and reserved. So Mary, she's like a social butterfly, you know, she wants to talk, she wants to have conversations, and that's not a bad thing at all. But with that being said, I think it would be hard for Jeannie, if I were Jeannie, I think it would be hard for me, although Mary, I'm sure, is a saving grace for her, and being there for her and supporting her and being a voice when Jeannie may have not been strong enough. But it's got to be hard because I know that when people in the best of intentions and with all love try to speak out for you or to explain things, to clear things up, it probably is at times hard to have someone else speaking because they don't do it quite like you, or, well, I agree, but I wouldn't have said that, or I would have said this. So I'm sure that it's a feeling of being suppressed a little bit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that, yes, Jeannie, we'll figure something out for sure. She said, yes, exactly. All right. So I read your mind. Good. We're on the same level. So are you damaged Damaged goods. Let me actually, I put your channel link in. Wait.
I'm Noelle. You can call me Noelle if you want to.
Noelle, I know. Okay, Noelle. I forgot what your name was because I just
That's okay.
always call people by their YouTube names, but
Mhm.
I had dropped your link earlier, but I want to make sure I put it in here. And I had his link pinned, right? Because it's on his channel, but you were doing the interview. So I was like, well, I have to share them both.
It doesn't. I'm not doing this, to become famous or, it's bad enough that everybody knows me because I'm a jerk, and I'm okay with being a jerk, but, it is what it is. I just wanted to help and get,
I think you did.
a lot of truth out. And, I'm just really praying that everything is completely factual. I mean,
I know.
I had asked her a few questions and, but when you're 3 and it's 20 years later, how much do you really remember? And so I'm just hoping that she recalls everything correctly as best as she can,
I know. That's how I felt earlier. I was thinking to myself, there's always a little bit of doubt, right? You just don't know.
Mhm.
If you don't know somebody, you want to believe with all your heart that they're being truthful, especially with a situation like this. And listen, it's no one's business here. She could tell us something didn't happen, but if it did, I just want to make sure she confides in the law enforcement. It's not for YouTube. No one needs to know here. But if there is any kind of, situation that occurred, I hope she has the strength to bring that forth for Summer's sake, of course, because that is really, truly important if a sister ever experienced something like that, right? But I want to take what Margie said for 100. I want to take it as solid. She sounded very genuine. She sounded very sincere, and she was pretty quick with her answers too, I noticed. Yeah, there wasn't like much beating around the bush, I didn't feel. She was like very straightforward in her answers.
Yeah, she really was. I feel like there was zero hesitation, and occasionally she was like, and then she would just laugh and say something. So everything that she did say, I felt was from the heart.
It sounded like it. She sounded pretty genuine to me. I really felt that. And it's so sad because it's like Summer I've never quite like seen such a powerful it's like a when they say like someone could move mountains. Summer really has in so many ways that it's remarkable. And I mean that through all of like the healing that I've seen take place, even just in the subscribers and people that have like, they even found purpose through so much of this. And the family dynamic, it feels like, and when I say she moves mountains, it feels like the cycles that were taking place are broken. And for Summer's energy to be able to break those cycles of really serious abuse and family members and such. So, but where is Summer? It's all she's so powerful, but where is she? And this is all at her expense, and she's the one still missing. Her brothers are safe, but she's still missing, right?
I think we spoke a little bit about that. I had mentioned at one point that everybody is turning on the parents and talking about this and talking about that, and they are, just because they are related to Summer doesn't mean that they are helping Summer. They are literally just turning it away from her and putting the focus on other people. And it's not right, because at the end of the day, it does no good for anybody. All it does is cause more aggravation and drama. And that, I guess this was just my one little way of trying to say, like, listen, everybody's attacking these people. The daughter wants to speak out. She was the supposed victim of her father. She's saying she wasn't. Can we move on so we can try to get the focus off of them and start focusing on the little girl that's missing? And Summer isn't getting the attention she needs anymore. But, there are so many children out there that aren't getting the attention, and adults as well. I mean, recently there's been like an overabundance of moms, women that are being abducted, and it's just, we have to focus on the important things, and the important things are the people that are missing and may or may not be dead, or maybe they ran away and we don't know the reason, but we have to help those people and not attack everybody that may be associated with them, because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is locating a person who may or may not still be alive.
I think I'm really appreciative of your work the last day or so with this, and like I didn't know that you followed Summer like you do. I guess like I
don't do children. It's hard. I have kids, and when I think about it, I think of my children, and if God forbid anything happened to them, it's just so hard for me to think about doing missing children, or anything that happens to children, because I have kids, and I'm a crybaby. I've cried on my lives. I can't even tell you how many times, and just emotionally
I try
having
never to cry on lives. I've done it twice, but I think I handled it pretty well.
I straight up done the ugly cry. My eyes pop out, the veins are popped out. Like, I don't care. I'm not afraid to, like, it's me. This is me. This is what you get. I'm never not, I'm never fake. But I can't, kids are just so hard for me. And maybe if I didn't have children, it would be different. It's important to me, but at the same time, to talk about the situation or things that have happened to these children, it just breaks me in a million pieces, and I can't do it.
When you say about like the one, I went to school for nursing, right? And I haven't finished yet. And the only career choice I will not choose is children, right? I can't handle it. So how I sit here, I have no idea. I don't know.
It's hard. It's hard. I tried.
The last thing in the world I would ever think I could do is cover missing children, because it hurts, you know? But Summer's really been like my passion though throughout all of this. And I've covered some things here and there, but I just can't. I guess I'm stuck. It's not over. It's not. And if we leave, who does she have?
Nobody.
Like, it's so unhealthy and it's so toxic, you know? So I try to take breaks or whatever. And I only really talk when there's something that needs to be addressed. But they've got to find this baby, or at least something that leads to what happened to her. And I do have hope. I pray she's alive. Sometimes I feel like she is. I don't know.
I have I'm gonna cry now. I have very mixed feelings about what I think and what I hope. At the end of the day, I feel like if she was kidnapped into like a trafficking ring or something like that, and I mean, what do you do when you kidnap a kid? It's never good. You don't have good intentions, and it's not like they used her for ransom, because what did the Wells family have to offer? So in my head, like, is she being used for sexual reasons or being beaten and abused? And if that's the case, she's suffering so much. I would rather find out that she isn't alive, because I understand it's better for her to not go through and be tortured, you know, go through all of that. And I know that might sound horrible to say, but I'm just thinking of this little girl. I would rather
it's
her
a
not being
human
alive
thing
anymore than thinking of her being tortured.
Yeah,
and
it's a human
suffering.
thing to feel that way. No one wants to, because we all know the reality of it. Nobody wants her to be tortured. But I will say this. I do believe in healing. And there are women that are here to tell their stories today that have gone through horrific experiences, and they live to tell that story. And if Summer is one of them, imagine what she could really do in this world. And look at what she's already accomplished already without even being here. And I know that that's like a pipe dream, right? To believe that that could happen. But
she could, if she's still alive, she could. I pray that she's in a good situation. I really do.
I know, like a fairy tale, like somebody's got her that's feeding her and putting her in pretty dresses every day. Like, I know, I think about that stuff all the time. Like,
I just hope that if she is going through the worst case scenario, that she is found and can overcome it and be a voice for future children and you know, even adults, men, women, everybody can be a victim of something. And I just really want to know that she is going to overcome it and be a better person than what they're trying to make her out to be.
Crispy Treat says, Damaged Goods, we're going to need to change your name because you sound like a real sweetie pie. And I hate to think that you're Damaged Goods. All of us, they're works in progress. Lippy said that you should be, what did Lippy say? The goods? I don't know what she said.
I appreciate it.
I had to call you Noelle. I know I don't even like calling you Damaged Goods.
You know, I wasn't the best person, and I did a lot of really bad things, and I was a heroin addict for most of my life, and I did the best that I could.
Oh,
but
I didn't know that.
I'm
good for a long time.
Yeah.
How long?
15 years drug free.
Oh my God. Good
I don't
for
even
you.
smoke pot. I had cancer and I had a hysterectomy, and as soon as they took me off of anesthesia and I woke up, I looked at my lines and I said, what is this? And they pointed to the Dilaudid IV, and I ripped it out of my arm.
Oh,
and I went,
God, yeah.
I think I had like about a month, 2 months of guilt where I felt like I backtracked. Like I just lost all those years of being drug free. And
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
it was really hard for me to overcome that. And even though it was a surgery, like I needed it, you know, I still felt like I lost my time. So I'm not perfect. I'm damaged. I have a lot to overcome, but I will. I'll get there. I just wish that, you know, I could have been a better parent at times when I was at my lowest. And so those are my regrets.
Aww.
But, you know.
Well, your kids are.
And now you got me crying.
Your kids are here now, right? And they're safe. They're happy, right? And I don't know how old they are. Don't, you know, give any info, but.
My oldest is in college, and I'm so proud of him. My youngest is so good. I'm so blessed that my kids turned out to be the exact opposite of what I was, because at my youngest age, I had already been arrested. So, at my oldest, I was pregnant when I was his age. So
yeah.
I only was clean when I was pregnant.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I say that all the time. I'm like, I was pregnant with you at your age right now.
And it scared me when he went off to college. I'm like, oh my God, like you guys don't do anything that I did. But you know, the one thing I can say is that even though
you have a kid in college, that's a success. That really is a success. Truly, be proud. And whatever mistakes you may have made, you're not the only mother in the world.
Benny Keys, I love you too, jerk.
Is Betty in here?
Yeah, he says, I'm a piece of work. Have a blessed day. You too, mister. Now get out. No, I'm sorry. This isn't my place to throw you out, but I still don't like you.
You don't like Benny?
No, he and my husband have gone after each other forever, and then he made his own comments towards me, and he can just go suck it.
I saw that. So when I was watching this morning, Matt, is that his name? Matt, your husband?
Matt.
Okay. So when I saw this morning, this is the only complaint that I have for the live. I don't know if you were listening to it.
No, I clicked in when I was like, oh my God, stop. Wait, it's coming back. He's putting it public again. Hold on. That's when I hopped in.
Yeah, I was like, did they really I was like, only Jody Sue private stuff on me. But the only complaint that I truly have with, and I know that he doesn't like, you know, he's got his own thing going on over there. So his channel is what it is. He doesn't represent himself as he's not going to do bullshit or talk shit or whatever. But with this particular one, I'm so glad you're putting it out in its own piece, because all of the riffraff in the live, I just feel like it should be separate from Margie's account of her father. Do you know what I mean? Because the creator drama stuff, that was the only thing that like truly I'm like, all right, we could have done without this. But other than that, like I really do appreciate that you did such a great interview with Margie. And thank you. Truly thank you. And when you put that out, were you going to put that out today and it's one piece?
Yeah, I was getting ready to do it when I saw you were live, and that's
Okay.
why he had that's why he did what he did. But I'm gonna wait for you to finish doing it, and then
Okay.
I'll go on and I'll upload it. This way you can do what you have to do, and then it'll be ready. If you want, I can tag you in it, or I can send you an email or something and let you know.
Yeah.
But no, I agree. I thought I he does his thing his way. I do my thing my way. I had hoped he would just let the whole thing play out in its entirety and then move on from there. But you know, it's his channel, and who am I to say what he can and can or should do?
Yeah, no, I was just given the suggestion only because, well, I did earlier because I was skipping around, right? And like when he would talk, I was just trying to play Margie. What I was trying to do this morning was I was trying to put them into pieces so that I could just make it one piece without the commentary. But I'm in between two phones and my storage on the new phone isn't set up because of my debit card being on this phone. So yeah, anyway, I wasn't able to download the app I needed to make the actual recording because I wasn't going to stream his live. I was going to make it so that it was condensed and just Margie. But I mean, it's fine because I can see where he's talking and when he's not. So I know that Margie's on the recording and whatnot. But thank you so much for bringing that to us because no one's ever heard from Margie before. And there's a lot that's been said. So to hear from her and, to get that perspective from her is very valuable as Summer. And of course, like Jeannie saying she'd like to speak to Margie, like that's a huge step in the right direction. Do you know what I mean? Like that's something that could come out of the situation that would be a positive, right? For them to have a communication together at some point, or, there's a lot here and it's just got to be navigated through. And you thankfully were able to bring a piece of that. And I thank you for it.
Right. No, not a problem. Before I hop off and let you go on, I didn't mean to, interrupt you, but
no problem.
If Jeannie would like, I can pass along a message to Margie as well. And if you want to like maybe set up a thing where like if she gives you her number and you can give it to me in confidence that it'll only go to Margie, I can pass that along too. Whatever I can do to help at this point. That's all I really want to do is just help. I'm not trying to cause trouble.
I'll hook up with Jeannie after my live. I'll reach out to her and see like what she wants to do and whatnot. And I'll what is your email? Could you tell it to me so I could write it down? Hold on.
Yeah. It's just my name, damagedgoodswithnoregrets@gmail.com.
Oh, okay. So that's easy. I'll remember that.
Yeah.
So this one here, I am how far in? 3726. How long was the actual call? You said 29 minutes?
29 minutes and some seconds, but Matt, like you said, he added in his own commentary. So I don't know exactly how long. I know he does play some of a recorded phone call of Josh's with another person. So it does split it up. And then I told him everybody wants that, no one's interested. They want to hear the phone call with Margie. So he went and switched right back to it. But he does get off.
So I stopped listening when he was doing like the shit talking and stuff and the playing of Josh. So he started back
fast forward through that. Yeah, fast forward through that, and then you'll get to the part where she's talking again.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, because I didn't know. I wouldn't even have known there was more. I haven't listened to that part yet. I thought he was done with Margie because I heard him say that you had more and you might put it out later. So I figured it was over. So thanks for telling me that. I wouldn't even.
No, he does play it because I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? Get off of that crap and play Margie. They want to hear Margie.
Yeah.
So he does do it again, like maybe like 2-3 minutes in, he'll switch over and go back to Margie. You just have to fast forward through it all and find it. Honestly, I apologize that it's so broken up.
No, don't worry about it. Not a problem. I'm used to picking through all of the things. That's all good. I'm going to probably put it back up now so I can keep going through it. But
all right.
I'll definitely let you know if you have a way. I mean, Jeannie may know how to contact, I try to keep everything offline when it comes to that.
Right.
Only because people don't need to know what, these
Right.
people are doing. It's their business and whatnot. So I'll talk to Jeannie, and then,
Yeah.
I'll let you know if she needs anything. And
Yeah, just let me know. I'm not gonna say anything to Margie unless you give me
Okay.
the go ahead, and then I'll just
Yeah.
say, hey, Jeannie
Yeah,
would like
with
to talk to you. But I'm not gonna insert myself in that. It's not my place unless I'm told to.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah,
All
we'll
right.
do it like that. All right, hon. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
All right, bye. So I guess there's a whole lot more that I didn't know about. Dang. All right, so this is going to be a long live, you guys. So I apologize for that. I do hope she's not suffering at the hands of others. She's our summer moon. I hope she's not either. It's never too late for change. Sky Maiden says, I live in Colorado, and every time I see a little girl, I'm way behind on my chat, aren't I? Shoot. I'm all the way behind. I think I got stuck at 20 minutes ago. Dang. I'm sorry, guys. Always gets the hard stuff, I swear. It's okay. I'm used to the hard stuff. That's what we do over here. All right, let's keep playing it now, I guess. I'm pretty sure like from here all the way through here, he's playing Josh. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out where the parts are, but I'll find them.
Before we started recording, you expressed that you just wanted to do anything you could to help your dad, and since you were involved in this case, you're the only person that can really truly sit there and say, no, he was innocent, and these are the people that did it to me, and my dad was not guilty at all. And so it makes, you're very brave. It makes a very strong, it takes a very strong person.
Thank you, Mom Bear. Thank you. I appreciate
come
that.
out and say anything like this, especially with everything going on.
Yes, absolutely vile. Says, good morning, Tiffany. You do know that Don is the one who said that about Margie, right? That she took it like a champ. Yes, I do. Absolutely vile. He said that on her 18th birthday that she was raped and took it like a champ, and he was proud of her. Yes, I do. I'm very much aware. Yeah. All right. But hold on, because I want to make sure that people know it wasn't about Don, it was about somebody else, right? And that person was named. So we do know that, regardless of, the horrendous thing he said, we already know that it was somebody else he was talking about.
Do you have
long gone
a relationship with him and Candace? Like I know you said that the stepfather and his family
long gone
were crappy, but I mean, like, you and Candace get along all right and everything?
Yeah. Last time I seen him was about 11 years ago when they only had 2 kids at the time, but we lived with him for about 6 months. And before we moved back to Arkansas.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're like any other couple. They fight and, But.
Right. No relationship is perfect. It takes a lot of hard work to make any relationship really work. I mean, you put 2 people together and you just hope that you vibe and you make it work out. And it's not always easy.
Can we get someone to get Joshua and his testicles over here, please? We'll continue. Is he going to show up tonight? He had a lot to say about Don. We're going to do this one fair, people. I'm going to play it in a second. Listen, I'm like the safety patrol.
So, my dad. It's a lot of hard work to make any relationship really work. I mean, you put 2 people together and you just hope that you vibe and you make it work out. And it's not always easy.
Can we get someone to get Joshua?
You remember speaking to me in the
not you like already.
We like to play practical jokes on people.
I'm going to delete it.
Really? Oh my God. He seems like a jokester too, from just what I've heard about him and spoken with him about little things. And I don't even know if he remembers speaking to me in the past, but I know him and my husband have spoken a few times. But he seems like he could be a real funny, just like just a regular good old boy. You hang out,
Oh, yeah.
you might throw back a beer or two, maybe not, who knows, but it's always fun. You never know what to expect. Kind of
Right.
like the light of the party kind of guy.
Yeah, it's kind of hard getting us all together because once we get together, we kind of gang up on people a little bit. We have fun with it.
That's funny.
I love it.
Do you think that he would have ever done anything to hurt any of his other children?
No.
And I'm asking this because of the events that have taken place this summer. I know a lot of the things are off topics. You can't speak about it, but I mean, you can, and you can honestly give your opinion and say, like, do you think there was any involvement at all on your father or stepmother's behalf?
I don't think either one of them had anything to do with Summer's disappearance. Like I said, my dad, he loves his kids, and his girls to him are so precious. I can tell that it's really hurt him. He's come up here to visit me a couple times, and I can tell.
You know what? How much longer is left? I paid 15 minutes out of 30 minutes. Maybe I'll play the rest later.
Okay, so this is where he stops, and I have to find where he picks up again. So bear with me, you guys, okay? Just give me a second.
Good. Up. Like, make. I asked the chat if he had kids. I don't know. Absolutely.
We got ourselves.
Being in those shoes.
What? What is the deal with the computer then?
The computer was a lie.
Have any keys? Why is this thing won't pay? Where is it?
Story about your dad. I know I keep saying Don, and I apologize. He is your daddy.
Okay, here it is.
Right, like your own, and see.
And I'm not.
Yes, my own, and see if you wanna. Tonight, I'm gonna plan on my life.
His daughter said. I'll just get worked up. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Okay, bam, we're here. We're good to go.
And that's why we think it's very important that by doing this with you, we can play it. He's going to play it on his live tonight. I'm going to play it on my live another day. I'll probably text or call you. Well, I'll text you just in case you're busy. I know you have a family of your own, and see if you want to, talk about anything else, or even if you want to come on.
Right back.
If you do come on, you don't have to show your face. I want your privacy always to be the first thing, that we focus on. So you can sit there and keep your camera off, and you can talk about anything you want to. I know Don is not allowed to speak with anybody about the boys. Are you allowed to mention them in any way?
I don't know. Nobody's ever said anything to me about it, so.
I guess my only question is, they were equally as loved and cared for as you and Summer and his grandkids, right? Like.
Oh yeah.
So do you think that he deserves his children back?
I think he does. I think he needs them.
Yeah,
honestly.
losing a child in any way, shape, or form destroys a parent. And you know, I mean, you could never imagine your life without one of your kids or three of them.
I shelter my kids a lot, so
Listen,
I
so please keep it out of the chat. I know what he does throughout this video. I'm very much aware. I heard it this morning. He even talked shit about me. I just want to hear. I don't want anybody in my chat talking. I'm sorry. I'm getting irritated at this point. I don't know who just said it. That why is he? I don't know why. But we've already discussed it in the first 40 minutes of this live, how it was going to be, right? So if people can't be normal in the chat, just block them, you guys. I don't have the energy for it. I truly don't. I just don't. I care about Summer, and this is important. I'm trying to weed through Okay? Nobody's hearing any of the stuff that he said because I'm not playing it. So no drama in my chat while I'm trying to cover Summer, if that's okay. I mean, just because he has drama in his stream doesn't mean I need to. It's okay, Jax. Was it you that said? I don't even know. I didn't even see. I apologize, but it's stressful to me that I already have to weed through this, this drama / important phone call and interview. And I know.
I didn't realize I was doing it before, but my oldest son, he was so sheltered that he used to get mad because I wouldn't let him go anywhere.
Do you have a memory that stands out that you want to share, a story about your dad? I know I keep saying Don, and I apologize. He is your daddy. But anything that sticks out in your mind that's just like such an amazing, fun story that you just want to share?
No, Two Fly. I'm going to fix that right now, Two Fly. Read the comment at the top. I gotcha. Is Two Fly still in here?
Share, just to give a little more of like a personal invite to his life as a dad. Like any stories that you would even talk about with your kids, like, oh, grandpa did this, or, just little goofy things that you talked about with family.
All I can really say is the best description I have for my dad is my dad reminds me of Home Improvement, that show Home Improvement. The guy on there, Tim Allen.
Is he the tool guy or the guy that?
Yeah, he would be the tool guy. That would be my dad right there, through and through. I mean, he wouldn't be as stupid as that guy is on there.
I was just gonna say, are you telling me that your dad, when he worked on a project, it ended up exploding?
Yeah, that's probably about the only part that's not him, but. Mm-hmm. He was always the one there to try and teach me about cars and teach me about tools, and he just wanted to make sure we always knew what we needed in life, what was the best out of the best, and
Right. I think that's awesome. I'm gonna ask a question. I know I asked you if there was anything off limits, and you said.
All right, so someone just asked about Margie's kids. Lady R, thank you. Please don't ask about Margie's kids. They're minors, and she has children, yeah. So we're gonna protect them just like any others. No kid talk. All right.
Said not really, but if you don't want to answer this, please don't. You just say I don't want to speak about it, or I'm not comfortable talking about it, and it's fine. You drop it and move on. But
okay.
There have been, I guess allegations. I'll say allegations that your father was giving sedatives to children, and then questionable things may or may not have been happening to these children after they were passed out. Can you give your opinion on that? Because a neighbor of his said it, and a bunch of other people. But first,
so I just want to say something right quick. That's a perfect way to know. Let me say this.
Sometimes he cooks dinner.
And that's that. It was Jody's too. I don't even.
And wanted to say something. If he happened to have a wrench by his name, well, that's the real Don Rose. Continue.
And that's that. It was Jody's too. I can't stand it. But I don't trust anything that comes out of that woman's mouth. So I'm just.
I have never witnessed anything like that in my life. Honestly, he's never done that to me. And when I lived up there with him for 6 months, he never did that to his kids. I mean,
right.
Like I said, my dad gets up early in the morning. He doesn't get home till about 5, 6 o'clock at night. When he comes home, sometimes he cooks dinner which sometimes can turn out a little scary.
Oh,
And
so
then-
he's not trustworthy then. He can build anything, but Lord help you if you could.
Oh my goodness, he ruined my spaghetti one time. I was so bad.
I can imagine the look on your face.
Never have him make you some potato salad. Oh my goodness, that's horrible.
Does it turn out all mushy? Or just a
Oh
pile
no,
of
he
mush?
put carrots in it and peas and all kinds of stuff. You don't put in potato salad.
Okay, well, hey, you know what? Sometimes experimenting with food could be a good thing if everybody's on board, but clearly you weren't. So, hey, you know what? He tried, right? So
I think
even
him
if
and
he
my
wasn't
husband were the only ones eating it that night.
even if he wasn't the best at everything he did for you guys, you can honestly say that.
Guys, I have to end this. I'm going to come back in a little while. So, I hate to cut the live right here, but I have to. So, I'll be back and give me a little bit, okay? And I apologize. There'll be a part 2.